I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America and welcome to Centrist Politics. I'm David Sponheim, and this is your chance to talk about things on both sides of the political spectrum. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the show. Just getting in here from, the cooking show. And I made a wonderful dinner. Could easily feed 8 to 10 people for under $7. Very nice. Right, we actually started the Centrist Alliance back in 2010, and we had groups like the Reform Party and the National Centrist Party, the Modern Whig Party. All of those parties were involved in the initial stages. Unfortunately, somebody decided to turn it into a party or a group of people that wanted rules. And as soon as somebody said they wanted to put rules together, everybody abandoned the idea. I would have loved to have carried it forth in 2010, and I didn't want rules. I always said that we should just have cross-promotional platforms for a lot of our views. And, without taking sides, we could have easily promoted a third party of any kind. But it didn't really take off the way we wanted it to, so we're still with America's Third Party. I've been told I have a very large forehead, so my stylist told me to wear bangs. So I went with the stylist's approach, and I like the bangs, but thank you. Yeah, I won't travel abroad, no. We'll be doing all our traveling via Skype, or any type of telecommunication I can gather wherever I am. We're not living in the 1800s anymore. I don't have to run around like Donald did, meeting people around the world, when we can talk to people right here, right now, instantaneously. Many of you people maybe are still living in the 20th century. Well, as president, I'll have security forces to go with me, so many of you who are, in security will probably want a job working with our show and our efforts. So we'll look at that. You got some ugly selfies, really? Jeff Bezos reveals extortion emails from Inquirer threatening to publish his naked selfies to lover unless he drops probe into MAG's political motivations. Jeff Bezos is the lead story. We're going to take a look at this right now. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Oh, by the way, we are America's third party, and we have, backgrounds to prove it. There it is. That's right. You can catch us at americasthirdparty.com, and I am David Sponheim, just so you know. I'm not a robot, although some people think I am. It is strange that they think I am, in that I sound much like a human. It is. I have an extremely large forehead and an extremely large brain. My capacity for thinking extends beyond my actual brain power. I use ancillary methods, augmented realities, and synthetic knowledge to acquire more information constantly. Amazon founder, here he is. Jeff Bezos says National Enquirer publisher tried to extort him. Oh my gosh. Yeah. This poor guy. I mean, this rich guy. Wait a second. This is the guy that made so much money on the backs of American taxpayers. It's ridiculous. Now he's having a little problem come his way, and he's laughing, I'm sure. Here we go. All right. It's funny, isn't it? I know. I bet it's not funny anymore, is it, Jeff? Let's slow that down a little bit. Okay, we're done with him. Thank you. Well, too bad for Jeff. I hope it doesn't happen, Speed it up. Okay, we can do that. We have the ability. Let's do Jeff Bezos at lightning fast speed. Okay, did you get your fill? Good. All right, now let's talk about his penis picture. What do you say? Could it be anything better than Donald Trump's selfie, the sex selfie that Mueller has in his file, according to Concord Management, and Mueller doesn't want to admit he has it? Concord Management and Consulting got a laundry list of all the things in Donald Trump's file. One of them is a sex selfie. That's what it said. And that's not some Russian hack site making up stories. That really is a sex selfie in the file that Mueller has on Trump. Are you a bald-faced person? Are you a bald-faced liar? Do you think they're going to do this to Bezos to cover up chemtrails? They've effectively covered up chemtrails. Come on. I mean, the media will not talk about it ever. We're being sprayed endlessly in the skies above us. I'm not making that up either. Galactic Service presents chemtrails. There you go. I don't think I hate him. I consider him a pathetic character who made a lot of money being an opportunist, not being the most intelligent guy on the block. Granted, a man with NSA connections and building rack servers for the NSA shouldn't have his penis picture on the cloud. So there's something wrong with the NSA cozying up with Jeff Bezos. And we'll talk about the chemtrails later. That we are allowing him to buy rack servers with Chinese components in it that may have spy chips in them. I like how you shaped your hairstyle sides. Cut nice. Thanks, man. Well, everybody admires my hair every night, so I have to, at least give you the best foot forward. But it's something that I have to kind of drift away from in this show, because if we talk about my hair for 80% of the time, it detracts from the subject matter of technology and how we're kind of getting screwed. We shouldn't be giving this kind of NSA access to a guy who can't even control his penis picture. Now, many of you guys are sitting there right now with a penis between your legs, and you women don't have one. And we're acting like, oh, Jeff Bezos has a penis picture. And apparently he's not talking directly to his girlfriend. At least he hasn't met her. They stayed apart almost for 30 days now. So apparently he's just very upset. He may have billions, but he sure doesn't have hair like David. That's right. Anthony Weiner is no longer a subject to talk about. I mean, the NYPD claimed that they had 600,000 emails from Hillary Clinton on Uma Abedin's laptop, which they acquired when they arrested him. Yeah, Anthony Weiner. We never saw a single one of those. The FBI told the NYPD to stop, cease and desist any activity there. Yeah, we're not getting the full picture. They're still covering for Hillary and John Podesta and all the others. They made it so you can't even talk about them. If you mention the word Pizzagate, you're kicked off Reddit and Twitter. No, the food is warming right now. I pulled the white rice out just at the bare point where it was almost done. And I actually felt it. I was a little premature, so I put that at the bottom, and I'm heating it on the stove. Just maintaining the heat, convecting. I don't know. We've got casts all over the world, but unfortunately our Canadian broadcast, Concordia, and you're lucky you're in here watching, but our Canadian broadcast was run out of by a man who was very upset, and he said that he won't come back and he won't broadcast anymore because I banned him from my show a couple times because all he would talk about was Pope Francis and what a great guy he was. Pope Francis isn't a great guy. He's one step away from Satan. I mean, if he doesn't stand up to the churches that are allowing pedophiles to operate within their pews and molesting boys and girls, we've got a problem. And I'm amazed the government's turning a blind eye to the Vatican's lack of concern. We need to be arresting these people. Well, even the Boy Scouts have never bothered to prosecute 14,000 cases of child molestation. And that rests on Rex Tillerson, the guy who was our former Secretary of State. He didn't do a damn thing when he was president of the Boy Scouts for 20 years. I'd like to find out exactly what that is. Why didn't he prosecute anybody? 14,000 molestations. The Vatican is overlooking over 1,000 in Pennsylvania alone. They say Massachusetts has 350 known pedophiles, priests. Illinois, Pennsylvania, almost every state seems to have allegations of pedophilia in the papal ministry. I'm just sorry I'm not the Pope. I would have taken matters in my own hands by now and, rectified things. Poor children are being molested. It's not right. Oh yeah, Pope Francis likes this broadcast. He enjoys it. He's upset that I keep, nailing him on this pedophile issue, but he'll come around. If he wants to be in the good graces with God, he'll come around. Yeah, and that's the problem. We've got scoutmasters, priests, teachers that are pedophiles. It's not good. So, aside from Jeff Bezos' penis, which is a great distraction, Virginia political crisis grows for the Democrats and Republicans when the accuser of the Virginia lieutenant governor details an alleged sexual assault that happened. And he denies it, but she's going into detail now because she was forced to perform oral sex on this guy, and she was gagging, she said. I don't consider this a lightweight matter when she was gagging on this black guy's penis, allegedly. Yeah. Now, the black guy called the other assistant attorney general out and called the governor Northam out, claiming that he didn't approve of the blackface. But, hey, we don't approve of force oral sex on your assistants either. I mean, come on. Let's stop casting blame and start fixing this problem. Yeah. Well, he is a black guy, and he was allegedly forcing his penis on her. David, did you think about pictures from Michael's? No, I don't. I have no attraction to men or transgenders, McDundy. If you're suffering from that affliction, you may want to don't contact anyone here if you're in New Jersey and California. It's illegal for you to be scared straight. Yep. So this is a pretty hot issue, and it really raises the specter of how important blackface is in our history, and how the Democrats are trying to whitewash everything, or should I say blackwash everything, and pretend like, oh, this is a horrible racist act. When in fact, without blackface entertainers, we would have been without any entertainment industry for black people. Believe it or not. We'd have languished in a racist state of mind for years. It was only when it became popular, 40 years of minstrels playing tunes, and Al Jolson was the greatest entertainer of all times, this Jewish guy. It turned out that they finally got a black guy to do blackface named Brown. And he turned out to be one of the best minstrels of all. And that was the first time black people were entering the entertainment industry. A brown guy, and a guy named Brown, wearing blackface, and he was black. Tell me that's not weird. Well, then it finally broke it for people like Sammy Davis Jr. and Sidney Poitier, all these African Americans that became famous entertainers, and then voila, we've got a huge black entertainment industry which is thriving, but mostly because of very rich Jewish guys who use it against them. And I don't know how many black rappers right now are independent. Most of them are controlled by this very powerful Jewish elite entertainment industry, which asks for sexual favors in return. So we're not really evolved yet, folks. We're still dealing with this really unfortunate situation for black people in the entertainment industry. And I'm sure there are people right now going, yeah, man, this guy's speaking the truth, man. They got rich Jewish guys controlling the rap music scene right now. Okay, according to Michael Jackson's former maid, he was a pedophile, Michael Jackson. She claims she fished little boys' underwear from his jacuzzi, found Vaseline throughout rooms at Neverland, and he stashed VHS tapes of sex acts with children in a secret library. Well, that's the best word of mouth we've ever gotten on Michael Jackson. Thank you for sharing that. That testimony is going to go down in history as a very indicting statement, because we still haven't seen the pictures of Michael Jackson that he claimed he had. The Santa Barbara police claimed they had photographs of all kinds of stuff, but they never presented them. Because Michael Jackson has a lot of money. That means has. He's still alive. Michael Jackson's been alive for some time. When I outed him a few months ago, I know it sounds bizarre, but we were talking about Michael Jackson being alive as in a serious way, and we even have videos that back that up, that verify the possibility that he actually dressed up like Dave, the legendary burn victim. And I played it for you the other night, Michael Jackson dressed up as Dave. Let me see if I have it in the file here. Yeah, here we go. Check this out. Okay, Dave was a tragic victim, but here is Michael Jackson wearing one of his get-ups, and he probably is wearing this now. But they managed to turn it into the Dave outfit. And here's Michael Jackson putting on makeup. Let me give you a cue of that clip.
And may God bless you all. I love you. Goodbye.
Yeah, I have a clip of him wearing makeup here. Let's take a look. Behind the mask. It's not that involved. It's just a little face makeup and some good artists, and he's ready to go. That's Michael Jackson, folks. And we have people that were visiting him in this video. This guy is a black entertainer, and he said that he was going to go hang out with Michael. And Michael said, yeah, let's go out. And it's like, Michael, they think you're dead. Listen to this.
I love movies. He was a moviegoer. He loves movies as well. And he was like, yo, man, I gotta take you to this theater. This new technology they got is like 4D. Like, and I'm saying to myself, okay, I don't know how we expect to go to the movies, but you know what I'm saying? Like, this is Michael Jackson. Like, how the hell are we gonna actually go to the movies? So he grabbed the kids. They looking normal. Mike comes out. He has his disguise on, you know. So I starts laughing because I didn't even recognize him, you know. Sometimes I forget that he's supposed to be in his disguise, you know. And I keep calling him Mike. So then when I realized she was peeping, then I start calling him Dave.
Dave. So Dave was a popular costume for Michael until we revealed this tape online. And as you know, with our world viewership in the millions across the globe, hundreds of millions watch our show. We actually got Michael Jackson to retire the Dave costume. And Dave died right after our show. Yep. Dave has died. July 15th, 2018, Dave, right after we did our show, passed away at the Sunrise Hospital and Medical Center in Las Vegas Valley. Yes. He succumbed to, I believe, pneumonia. Yeah. Strange, isn't it? No, you're not invited into the show. Goodbye. All right, so are we done with the blackface crisis? It's no big deal. We need to defend people's rights to do blackface. What do I think of Alexandria Cortez, Ocasio-Cortez? I believe that she's relatively stupid and greedy. Yeah. I mean, it might as well have Godzilla in the legislation right now. You know, that's how intelligent she is. So I'm concerned that she's actually really just an opportunist like so many others. And she doesn't understand how the economy works, making brash statements about the economy and claiming we're going to have the end of civilization in 12 years. Mine was an impersonation video, yes. It wasn't really blackface in the traditional sense. I was doing satire to make you realize that Barack Obama was a gay Muslim married to a transgender. And I was helping you understand that. And I don't think many of you Democrats got it. It was only until I started playing Michael Robinson Obama's video of him dancing, showing his penis, that people started to really realize, David, you're onto something there. Yeah, you're not full of crap.
You think you're hot shit, don't you? You think you're hot shit, don't you?
No, I don't. No, I don't think I'm hot shit. Yeah, it explains George W. Bush's and Donald Trump's Twitter. Yeah, your theory is that America's like a stupid leader. No, I think that the people really want somebody better. They just don't have a voice. Trump has been involved in 3,500 lawsuits, according to Jackoff Bandit. You might want to cover that with a link to verify it, but I heard he had over 150 cases of indictments. 3,500 lawsuits, that's amazing. I believe you, Jackoff Bandit. With a name like that, how could I not believe you? Okay, Hive has some discussion here. I'm disgusted because behind the scenes of Trump's increasingly scrutinized $107 million inauguration, Stephanie Winston Volkov was the mastermind event producer behind Trump's inaugural celebration, which has since come under scrutiny by the SD New York investigation. Now taped conversations reveal Volkov's concerns with how money was being spent, the general chaos of the process, the involvement of the Trump family, and the people in charge, namely Rick Gates and Tom Barrack. Remember Rick Gates, the guy who allegedly beat up his wife? Wow. And that awkward pose Donald had with his supposed wife, Melania. Last summer, months after federal investigations or agents executed search warrants on his home, office, and hotel room, seizing more than a dozen devices and hundreds of records, Michael Cohen made a phone call to Stephanie Winston Volkov For years, Wolkoff and Cohen had operated in a shared milieu. Both lived on the same block on the Upper East Side. More notably, both were crucially in supporting players of the Trump orbit. Cohen had been an indefatigable booster. Well, I could read this story ad nauseum. I know that something happened. Donald Trump gave $27 million to a friend of Melania's. He wrote a check right after he got the $30 million from the NRA, which many people trace parts of that to Russia. He got a $27 million check written to a friend of Melania's. That's suspicious. It's almost like he bought Melania to stay with him in the marriage for $27 million. Because she didn't look like she was really happy in the marriage on Inauguration Day. And he didn't look like he was very happy either when he was standing in front of the entire American people. He turned around and looked at Melania and said something, and her face turned into the poster child of abuse. You remember that, right? I have a picture of it here. Yeah. It's pretty intense when we see this on camera. Let's take a look.
My prayer that God will bless you, your family.
Yeah. The moment was captured during President Trump's inauguration, and he turned to her and he said something, like a few words, and like, screw you or something. Yeah. Look at that face. It started Free Melania, the movement. And what's really interesting is Melania she actually went on her Twitter account and liked the Free Melania movement. This is the only way she could express her real feelings. She liked it. She seems like she's managing a very difficult situation. Yeah. I don't think she's happy in her marriage. I just get the impression she's doing it because she has a lot invested. Her family needed to become U.S. citizens, and they became U.S. citizens right after she became the First Lady. I have a lot of respect for Melania. I really do. I feel that she's a pretty amazing woman to have posed naked and still carries herself with such grace. I think it really adds credence to the possibility that women who even have done nude photography should feel very proud of their bodies and their beauty. Yeah. I'm part of the Me Too movement. I really believe women need rights, but we shouldn't denigrate women for doing what God gave them, you know. You like Melania over Michael? I know. Melania is really the glue that's holding this together, so maybe he did pay her off. I don't know. But that $27 million check is definitely legitimate. Something went to a friend of hers, so we don't know what that friend did to get that check for $27 million.
All right, let's...
Obama's Boogie is legit. Yep, that's out there on the internet. Absolutely. I put all my blackface videos out there, even the first one, and then YouTube told me I had to take it off. So I put a disclaimer on the second blackface 2 saying you can't take this off, it's free speech, and they haven't taken it off. But somebody made a copy of my first one, and yeah, and they became an international success in clubs around the world. The 3.5-minute loop was played over and over again on Blu-ray discs. Some guy profited from that. I'd never met the person. And apparently it was, pushed around the globe in dance clubs. It was very interesting stuff. No, I actually support the blackface video. I don't regret it. You gotta understand, we're being told we have no voice. We're being censored. The American people are being censored. I knew that in 2008. And for 10 years, I've grown internationally, but yet still censored in America. I don't regret it at all. I would do blackface again. If Michelle runs, I'm going to do blackface and drag. I'm not saying jogs or runs like, at the YMCA. If Michelle runs for office, is what I'm saying. Because if she runs, she better get a trusset for her penis. Now, Michelle Obama's penis would probably flap around if she ran. But, yeah. So... it's not easy having to wake people up to the fact that we're living in a censored country, but the blackface video is all about that. If you don't understand that, you don't even understand how censored you are, because none of you have probably actually stood up and said anything in public. You have no idea. You'd be stifled, you'd be shunned, you'd be ignored, and you'd be treated like I was, censored and betrayed. But I'll make it to the media eventually when they have to agree that I'm the glue that'll hold this entire country together. It's my intelligence that'll rise above the petty corruption that we have today. I am sitting on an extremely powerful mind. I have 185 IQ. If I hadn't done blackface, no one would even know about me. They wouldn't have even known about me internationally. I never would have been picked up by the Japanese TV stations. Korean TV stations never would have featured me. You have no idea how censored America is. We are just as censored as North Korea is. No, Howie, you're becoming more and more irrelevant. Gosh, the more I have to mute you, if I have to mute you 4 or 5 times a night, I'm going to ban you. You're not going to be in the show for very long, Howie. You can come back as Howie did it 1, 2, up to 1,000. It wouldn't matter to me. I'll keep banning you. Start to be more relevant. All you're doing is name calling and attacking the messenger. You act like a person who's never read a single book in your life, yet you claim you've read thousands of books. Give me a break. You've looked at thousands of covers of books. Yeah, look at the 2 politicians that are being hassled, and Virginia's going to stand up for those two guys. They're not going to kowtow to the Democrats in Virginia. Virginia's a swing state, and they will not stand for anybody stifled free speech and all that. In no way does blackface imply racism. It implies a simple impersonation video. Ted Danson did it. Robert Downey Jr. did it. Howard Stern did it. Countless politicians have done it. Yet I can't get any coverage even though I did it. And I should be known as the blackface candidate, but they won't even present me because they're afraid that this virality that I've generated worldwide will grow in America. It's all about free speech, this country is, and we're not predicated on political correctness. You won't find a Bill of Rights for political correctness. As much as Charles Schumer wants to define what political hate speech is, he still hasn't been able to do it. So misanthropy is building his tiny house inside of his house. So in other words, he got a cardboard box that he's living in. Well, it doesn't matter to me if Howard Stern hired anybody. He's making $500 million in a 10-year contract. He's made over, Howard Stern, his net worth, let's see what it is. Howard Stern's net worth. He's as bought off shill as I've ever seen one. Now let's take a look. He's got to be worth $1 billion by now. He has an annual salary of $90 million. And he has a net worth of $650 million. Wow, it's a little low. How long has he been doing Sirius Radio? What, 13 years now? That means he spent about $300 to $400 million on himself. What on, Howie? What, are you buying new anal lube for your fantasies? Howard Stern spent nearly $300 or $400 million. What is he spending it on? That's kind of weird. You recommend Hitler in Argentina, the documented truth of Hitler's escape from Berlin by Harry Cooper? If it was a movie, I'd play it, but yeah, that makes sense, Studio 1000. The FBI has acknowledged that they have over 200 pages of people identifying Hitler down in Argentina and other places, and they never followed up on him. Why did the FBI not look into Hitler's existence in Argentina? Do you want to know the answer to that? You're not going to hear it. The answer is the FBI has been working with the Nazis. Our country has Nazis embedded in it. Yeah. Even the Bush family, Prescott Bush, money laundered for Adolf Hitler, was caught in the act. You might be a Nazi, yeah. Trump is surrounded by Ashkenazis. He's surrounded by these people. I know. It's a good thing I'm here for you. And I'm willing to expose anything I can to get this country moving in the right direction. I can't possibly sit back on all this information gathering that we've done over the past 10 years and not recognize that we've got conspiracies rolling out in different directions, and know the earth isn't flat, and know the Holocaust wasn't some fake event. It really did happen. And no, there's no pictures of reptilians anywhere. But we are being sprayed with chemtrails, and it's very likely we didn't go to the moon. That was a lie. These are things we could definitely talk about. But making up stories about a flat earth, that's absurd. That's a CIA ploy to defer you to the most stupid area in your mind and park you there. And good luck going to your family gatherings without everyone lifting their eyes going, oh, God.
You were offended by...
Here comes that whack job. Yes, that's Howard Stern's blackface. I can't play it on the show. I can't even show blackface on the show because Mark has said that he refuses. I will show you half a blackface. This is Howard Stern's half of a blackface. There you go. Hopefully that will meet and comply with Mark's requirements. Yeah, I have never violated his terms of service, so he has a hard time, kicking me out of the network without facing penalties. Yes, I heard Maduro's government is blocking any aid coming from the Western world. Yes, Howard did blackface. Yes, he did. Here's a picture of... Here is his video.
You were offended.
If you were offended, here is his blackface video, Johnson. Check it out. All right. Wow. Gold Samsung Note, 9 gigabyte, gold plated. For the man who has everything. Introducing the Caviar Royal Gift. Yes, I'd like a gold-plated Samsung Note, please. Only $59,000. Well, you want to add that to your bag today? I think not. Caviar.global. Our chat is up and running. I don't know if you have, Howie. You don't appear like a person who's read anything. When people read, they have a broad knowledge of the world and they don't linger in name calling. And they have a greater appreciation for things. You don't have any of that. Oh yes, the Vladimir collection. For those really rich communists like Putin. You don't want to miss out on the Tsar phone. Please send us a message. This amazing pre-ordered, only $4,710 US will get you this amazing phone. That's right. And be like Vlade. Be a capitalist communist. Make lots of money doing whatever the Russian oligarchs tell you to do. You, sir, are a worthless pile of garbage who probably will be taken out when your parents deliver their last bag of trash at the end of their life. Yeah. I have extremely large forehead. My mother said, David, it was very difficult giving birth to you. Yeah, it was really, really sad, actually. Yeah, I was embarrassed to have such a large brain. I've been overwhelmed with too much information gathering and too much intelligence and critical thinking ability over my lifetime. This has led me to do deep thinking and realize the best thing I can do is talk to you every night about politics and where we're going and where we're headed. I really could never imagine having a greater purpose than helping you people realize where you're going and where you're headed. Because I can see clearly what's happening. It's not pleasant. I wish it was. You secretly know that the world is being forced to accept socialists. That's the New World Order play. They're pushing this woman here, Eva Abadan, claiming to be Ocasio-Cortez. The strangest thing about Eva Abadan is she disappeared on Twitter at the same time Ocasio came into existence. I know. And this image has appeared. Right. We have pictures of the two of them together at last. Now, I analyzed their faces in detail, and I can tell you it's 100% match. Identical faces. So what's staring at you in the face is Ocasio-Cortez has been given a tremendous amount of political clout for being nobody. That's because she really is Eva Abedin, the sister of Uma Abedin, the close alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Hillary Clinton found out that she could not possibly expect Chelsea to run for office because Chelsea doesn't speak very well. Howie, you're going to have to really lower it. You know, everything you say is about me and you're not talking about issues. Your level of intelligence, Howie, is not showing. So either you go back and read 1,000 books and come back and be real, or leave the room because you're of no value here. It's the same. I believe it's the same person, yes. And Eva Abedin's tweets, this woman right here, stopped tweeting at the same time that Ocasio-Cortez came on the scene. And there's no way she would have won the Bronx without Hillary's help. You got to understand, these people are not socialists by chance. They are puppets for a socialist regime that is being pushed by the New World Order. They want to drain every tax dollar in America and weaken our country, forcing us to take on more and more immigrants, illegal immigrants. I mean, we might as well have Godzilla in the office, you know, in Bronx. It wouldn't matter to me. Okay, Pelosi takes on viral clapping during Trump's State of the Union address. She's saying it wasn't sarcastic. Oh, come on, Nancy. We know you don't like Trump. Why are you being such a two-faced beep? Let's take a look at her viral clapping. That's not a representative of the Democrats. That's some sort of a suck-up.
The politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good.
Look at that fake, phony smile and that fake, phony clap. How could she represent the Democrats when she's so weak? Wow. You know, the Democrats have Adam Schiff leading the parade for impeachment. This guy's he's got a relative named George Soros. I mean, come on, seriously. The Democrats can't pull off a decent investigation if they tried. I don't hate Trump, man. I don't hate anybody. I think it's despicable to steal ideas like he did. Trump averaged one false claim every 2 minutes. Okay, that's good. I'll bring that into the show. Thanks for that link. That'll be tonight. Okay. Thanks, Concordi. Which politician does this remind you of? I'm thinking, I don't know. Dun, 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 dun. I'm going to say Trump. Basically, acquiring anybody near him and eating them alive. I don't know. What's your feeling about taxing the rich, 70%? It's not tenable. We had a 90% tax on the rich when John F. Kennedy was president, and we all know what happened to him. Plus, the economy didn't rebound. We didn't get a lot of growth after that period. We started to slip into the funk we're in now due to the fact that rich people aren't investing in America. Taxing the rich, I have no problem with. I would like to see advanced taxes on the rich well into the future, but 70% at this point is going to stagger the opportunities in our economy. I'm proposing a 10% flat tax on any income over $50,000. That means that people can come into our country and invest $50,000 and walk away with it without being taxed. Anything above is 10%. It eliminates tax credits, tax deductions, eliminating the entire field of play for lobbyists, pulling their power, essentially, and giving the average rich people a chance to actually invest in America. It's a big, big opportunity, as opposed to what we have today, which is Donald Trump gave $5.5 trillion in tax breaks. When that all said and done, we will be $5.5 trillion poorer. I would never have done that. We would have kept the taxes the way they were. I would never have given them tax breaks. You could get a water filter for your chlorination in your shower jacket pockets. The idea of getting rid of planes or cars and pushing electric cars by the Democrats, it's unfeasible. The bottom line is it's unfeasible, and the reason is we have a massive infrastructure in America. We have the combustion engines in our front driveway, and we have to segue to higher mileage vehicles. We have to segue to electric cars. We have to segue to Segways, you know. Segways are great products, but I'm not going to push them on people like the Democrats. They want to literally tax people into forcing them to buy electric cars, have solar panels on roofs, etc., etc. I'm kind of old school. I just give me a good old VW van and a trailer and I'll be happy as a clam. Yeah. I'd be glad to live in the street in that. That's got to be the ultimate VW van. This is not a Trump hairstyle. No, this is my own original. I developed it. Isn't that a cool VW? So, I have an electric car. It's a hybrid. I've had a lot of animosity toward the Democrats and their push for electric, solely electric. They're not really thinking rationally. They are just not thinking clearly. They are pushing something that cannot physically be done. Look at the sales of the Leaf, Nissan's Leaf, and how it's slumped over the past few years. Nobody's buying those cars. You can buy a Nissan Leaf right now on Craigslist for probably $10,000. Let me go to Auto Trader and see if I can find one right now. Nobody wants these cars. Okay, I'm searching. Okay. Yeah, here's a 2013 Nissan Leaf for $69.99. That's only 6 years old. For only $69.99, you can have a fully electric car. I'm not Earl Scheib. Yeah, it's kind of amazing, isn't it? I mean, the prices have just dropped amazingly. People just don't like the range anxiety they get. Now, the Tesla is claiming to get 200 miles, whatever. He can fantasize all he wants. Bottom line is lithium-ion batteries are not predictable. Many of them perform differently than others. They wear out faster than others, like nickel metal hydride batteries developed by the Ovinskys. I have a nickel metal hydride battery pack. In fact, I've got all my old battery packs because the batteries themselves will never wear out. They never go bad, whereas lithium ions go bad all the time. So why did Elon Musk invest in a lithium ion battery factory? Because it's got built-in obsolescence. You got to replace these battery packs. That's not building a vehicle that people are going to want. That's building something that's going to have to be replaced in 5 years. Well, you don't have to worry about a nuclear-powered car, Howie. You're working on your intelligent thoughts. That's good. Cars today are kind of crappy. The Prius, I wouldn't even buy one because it's mostly plastic. They're great cars, don't get me wrong, and they're the number one seller in America, the Priuses. But I would much rather have a Honda and rely on some of the metal in its inner exterior. The whole thing is made better, higher quality than the Toyota Prius. Remember that accident that Caitlyn Jenner had? Car accident, crashed, crumpled a Prius, killed a lady. That was a Prius she died in. The back of her Prius crumpled, she died. That's on Caitlyn Jenner, you know. Yeah, that's a pretty heavy thing to, not to mention the mascara he has to wear to dress up like a woman. That guy's pretty messed up. Did he have his penis removed? Does anybody know if Caitlyn Jenner had his penis removed? Can you play this tonight? Yeah, later tonight I can play it. a remix of Ocasio-Cortez. Sure, why not? Does anybody know if Bruce Jenner had his penis removed? Okay, speaking of penises, let's get back to Jeff Bezos. Does he have a penis pic out yet, or is that coming? It hasn't been released yet by National Enquirer, right? I don't dress up like a woman, Howie, and that's a bannable offense. Man, you're just blowing it left and right. I don't want to talk about penises. Could you stop bringing that up in the show? So Bruce had his penis removed? Yes? Thank you. All right, so Bruce Jenner is now a full woman. Woman. Like, yeah, Helen Reddy, woman. I am woman, hear me roar. Remember that song? She was great. Helen Reddy. I'm ready for Helen Reddy.
I can do anything. I am strong.
She is strong. She doesn't have a penis. So Caitlyn Jenner is now strong, and thank you. She's ready to go. All right, in deference to all the transgenders that have had their penis removed, I think you're mentally ill. I think you're self-injurious. There's something wrong with you. And I personally think it's wrong to cut off your penis. Call me old-fashioned, whatever. Yeah. We have a little bit of technology to talk about tonight. An amazing pair of sunglasses is available at Amazon.com that'll videotape everything you look at. I checked this out. It's got a 4.5-star rating, and it's only $64.99. The Camray sunglass camera, full HD 1080p mini video camera with UV protection polarized lenses. I'm getting this camera, I'm telling you. I want it. I'm going to get it. There's my operation button. Isn't that cool? Here's the link if you want to buy a $64 camera sunglass combo. It's pretty cool, don't you think? Yeah, for $65, I'll give you the link. There you go. Not bad, huh? That would be a nice present. You could hang out at the strip club with them on and take them home and videotape the whole thing for your personal pleasure later. For those of you that hang out at strip clubs. I don't think they'd harass you with those on. They look like sunglasses, yeah. Well, you know how it is when you go see women dancing in front of you with their clothes off. Oh, you've never seen that? Oh, okay. Well, then don't go there. So, could we stop being so stuck up about everything and give Jeff Bezos a little leniency? So what if he has his penis pic out there in the net? Who cares? I have thought this through. I am not woman. I'm not invincible. What's the cover charge at your local strip club? $15? Could you not talk about penises here? I'd appreciate it. That's a bannable offense. Get out of here. Jeez. People bring up penises all the time. All right. Well, I'm glad we got that over with. We move on to the next subject. So we did talk about Trump having said that he had no business with Russia when he was talking about the Moscow Tower. And this is a video, or this is a BuzzFeed News has all the facts about Trump, more than Mueller has, because Mueller's contradicting BuzzFeed's now. BuzzFeed's got people telling people that, the Moscow Tower was being built during the time that Trump said there was no Moscow, or that it was being pitched, I should say, because they never built the Moscow Tower, Trump Tower. But they were pitching it during the election and beyond. And everybody, including Giuliani's, lied about when they stopped talking about it. The story's been changing. Even Giuliani said he misspoke, and it was hypothetical when this discussion about the Moscow Tower ended. So the Moscow Tower was really being discussed while Trump said he was not doing any business with Russia. That alone is a gross lie and needs to be brought up. Mueller is not talking about it at all. Mueller is working for Trump, in case you didn't know. He would have had a credible subpoena looking into the 10 years of tax returns, which Trump said, "Oh, I'll be happy to show you my tax returns for 10 years, no problem." And he refuses to show them. That's a lie. He's hiding behind the scrim of claiming to do something and not doing it. We need to see those 10 years of tax returns to find out all the money that he got from Russian oligarchs. If we don't see that, see, they even have the copy of his signature on the Trump acquisition praising Vladimir Putin and no business. He insisted it was happening with Russia, but he was praising Vladimir Putin at the time. And these documents tell a different story. BuzzFeed has them. And why is Mueller contradicting BuzzFeed? That's the big question. Why is Mueller now defending Trump?
Okay, I turned off the stove just now.
Okay, I'll serve it out. Thank you. He's obviously hiding something, isn't he? Well, Sarah saved the day. Thank you so much. Yeah, she had a birthday yesterday. Wonderful.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the birthday wishes.
Yeah, I believe that the trail of dirt leads to Mueller and Hillary and Trump. They're all working together. That's why Trump hasn't prosecuted Hillary. They're virtually working in tandem. Okay, we had a broken link on Instagram. That must have been an important Instagram. When they knock them down, we know there's something going on. Okay, we are up and running. I'll give you guys the news, and it turns out Bezos is basically National Enquirer is trying to extort him to try to get money so that they don't publish his picture of his you-know-what. I'll be back. Thank you.
Wow.
No, I don't have time for that.
And now he's suing him saying, where did you find this information?
Yeah. They think that his girlfriend, Sanger's brother, was the one that got all this information. He was listening to her text messages.
You should change your password, people.
Yeah.
All of you should change your password. I should too. I should take my own advice and change my password. One great way of changing your password is actually choosing 3 completely random words, and then you can add in the different characters and the letters and things like that. But it shouldn't form a sentence, but it should be totally different words. And then if you can remember the gibberish with characters and numbers, that would work too. 776. They say that we've done this like 8 character, you need at least 8 characters, and then you need a letter, a capital letter, a different character, a number, and then a character. But really, it's also about length of passwords, because a computer cracking an 8-digit code versus a computer cracking not alphanumeric code versus a computer cracking an 20-place alphanumeric code, that's a lot better. Hi, NYPD. There needs to be a better way to access personal information. Passwords get tedious. Trying to access your own personal information or others. Yeah, I understand that can get a little tedious. There's nothing you can do, Howie. That's never going to happen. I don't remember. I know I read an article about that, about how it would have almost been better if we told people to choose a longer password, but with like eight random words in to do this, alphanumeric that people can't remember. Do I really want to click on your link? Just shipped? I really would rather not. Is that like a publicly available email address that's happened? I don't think about it, XB. I don't think about it. I have nothing to say about that kind of controversy. I think people, well, maybe I do have something to say. I believe in freedom of speech. I'll say that much. Even though I'm also, David would say, I'm pretty politically correct. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. So I myself am politically correct, but I believe people can say what they want to say. Say what you want to say. Let the words fall out honestly. Okay, my background looks like a cracked windshield or broken glass. Do you think I can change that? I have to find it. Here you go. There you go. Is that better? Yeah, that I will say that counts for, that's part of free speech, Howie. A Green New Deal. Ocasio-Cortez wants to make air travel obsolete and give aid to those unwilling to work. And Nancy Pelosi embraces the enthusiasm behind the plan. I think our generation is experiencing amazing things every day. And I think that the fact that we experience amazing things every day, that can lead us to feeling like we're not discovering anything new. There's new discoveries, new ideas, new exploration happening all the time. The depths of the ocean have not been fully explored, so I think that's a place that can be explored. I think new ideas can happen as well. There are breakthroughs happening all the time. You have to choose your field and delve into it. Negligible. All right. She has a Green New Deal. She wants a government-led overhaul of virtually every aspect of American life that would guarantee a host of taxpayer-covered benefits for all and phase out fossil fuels. She wants to make air travel obsolete, upgrade or replace every building in America to ensure energy efficiency, and give economic security even to those unwilling to work. She wants health care for all. Oh, it's a non-binding resolution. A new social, industrial, and economic mobilization on a scale not seen since World War II and the New Deal. They want net zero greenhouse gas emissions through a fair and just transition for all communities and workers. Job creation, infrastructure investment, guarantees of clean water, healthy food, and sustainable environment. And undefined access to nature. Yeah, no plan, but a lot of positive thinking. You used it for yours, Just Shipped, for your email accounts, and it came up as compromised, and you changed your password for that one, or you're entering my emails? I understand your concerns, XP, but I don't really know. You're really intrigued by the Green New Deal. You think it's going to be expensive and unaffordable, but a conversation we need to have. And 776 says, I don't like those. It's in the planning. Just do it. Quit planning so hard. Doesn't he taste his food while he's eating? Or while he's cooking? I thought he did. I think it's so easy to dream and create new ideas, but it's very difficult to actually put things into place. I will say that, Jim Bob. You want to see a revolution? I think you could see a green revolution. You can be part of the revolution. Or are you saying you want to see an actual war? Well, you could go take yourself over to a war zone. I tend to agree with you, Ghost. Thank you, Eric. I wonder how much air travel she's going to be engaged in. Okay, good point, Jim Bob. David's been bringing up great ideas, and I think that it is good to talk about different ideas. We welcome the enthusiasm that's out there. I am not running on solar right now. No, that doesn't bother me. I eat. You haven't used any nuclear power all day. Well, yeah, what are you running on? Solar? How do you know you haven't used nuclear power? Have you used any electricity? I mean, you must be using electricity because you're talking to me, so. That's kind of a cool thing. Thank you for this. So the Brady Bunch kids are reuniting for HGTV for an HGVG a project called A Very Brady Renovation to restore the iconic home from their hit show. It's pretty. That's kind of cute. They're restoring the split level ranch back to what it looked like in their series. The home was actually only used for exterior. It was never used for the interior scenes of the show. So they're gutting the structure and turning it into what it would have been if it had been filmed for the show. And one of them, Bobby, the actor who played Bobby, said he didn't even know that where it was until 1990. Oh, you're riding a bicycle that generates all your power and you're getting tired. Network losing power, must keep pedaling. Well, you think they might be going broke, maybe. Yeah, just to run that one computer, you must be doing some mad pedaling. Wait, Seth Meyers tried to take credit for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Oh, Trump. Yeah. He fawns over Ocasio-Cortez? What? Wow. right. Not really impressed, 776. I'm sure Seth is hilarious. I just can't watch the video right now. It is interesting. I should talk to you rather than read quietly in my head. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm glad you're using all pedal power. I don't think, I saw some pedal power happening once, but I don't know if that's enough to even power a light bulb, really. Not to power a computer station, but I could be wrong. I think I pulled this up. I'll close out of it. Elizabeth Warren's wealth tax faces some constitutional questions. All right. A tiny home can be built in 4 hours. Wow. Yeah, and isn't the border shutdown, well, border wall or shutdown going to happen? They have like 8 days to come to some kind of agreement. Oh, there's a lawsuit that's claiming Monsanto's soybeans violate antitrust laws. Somebody else wanted the stuff from those soybeans. Wow. I really haven't seen her speak, or I've been kind of avoiding the Ocasio-Cortez. I've seen her face, but that's about it. So I can't really talk to her enthusiasm. I can say that I think actions are more difficult than dreams. That's what I'll say. I used to be a big dreamer, but now I'm more of someone that takes action. Big winter storm. Blizzard, ice, floods, thunderstorms blast the central U.S. We're getting a big storm system in tomorrow. It is quiet tonight. I usually tend to be quiet. Tend to be on the quieter side. Wow. What are your thoughts on Ocasio-Cortez? I'm just glad she's too young to run for president too. Thank you. Yep. I will say that. She's to the left of Jim, and you think her approach is wrong sometimes, but you think she'll get better in the longer she's in, and you appreciate her ideas. That's what Jim thinks. Just Ship thinks she's insane. Flip says he doesn't hate her, but doesn't think she understands math. Wow, Iran has revealed a missile and is showing off an underground factory. And according to The Independent, Iran is under pressure over missiles as Western countries refine their own rockets. .747 thinks her politics, Ocasio-Cortez's politics are bad, but it gives him or her hope that people can vote out an incumbent for someone fresh and young and more in touch with the common folk. That's true, but isn't into her politics. Yeah, I think it is about working with people. Wow. Couple of winter related deaths up here due to the snow. One died from slipping on ice and then out of college hit her head and died, and another died in an encampment over in another city in a tent behind a store. Wow. Oh, good news. Sears chairman has a plan that won the bankruptcy judge's okay. So Sears might have another chance. Chairman Lampert is buying up Sears. That's a good point. 747 said the cold might kill off the pine beetle infestations and other destructive insects. Hello, ordinary. Not extraordinary, just ordinary. Wow, BB&T and SunTrust want to merge, creating the 6th largest U.S. bank. There's a food delivery service called Postmates, and it's filing to have an initial public offering to go public. Nope, I have never given my name as that, Flip. Is that what happened, Just Shipped? Yeah, we do need to. People need to speak up. They need to get involved in politics, and yeah. Hello, pilots. Welcome. I did not know that, Just Ship, but it doesn't surprise me, actually. Yes, true. I know I haven't done my trivia. Do you want me to do trivia tonight, or do you want to just hang out and talk? Wow. Apple is going to be compensating a 14-year-old who discovered a major FaceTime security bug. And they have group FaceTime. Their server is restored following a new release. The feature is disabled on older versions of the iOS. Yeah, let's just hang out and converse. I don't know, Pilot. You're probably good. And Apple is going to remove iPhone apps that are caught recording user activity without consent. Wait. Oh, that's apps. It's not the NSA. They don't have an app. They just do it all secretly. They just do it without an app. All right, thanks, Pilot. I'm just scrolling through the news and catching myself up on the news. You know, portable devices, well, laptops, Chromebooks, they're getting so much cheaper these days. You can find a Windows device, laptop-like device that's similar to a Chromebook for like a little over $200. And then you could do that with an Ubuntu device as well, which is pretty cool. Not really XT, XP. I'm sure they didn't find it, Pilot. Yes, I did read the news about that. Or, yeah, I mean, you can't go anywhere without hearing about it. I actually kind of think it's gutsy of him to be like, obviously, there's pictures out there, and to kind of call out that the people that are trying to extort him. I think that's a good gutsy move on Bezos' part. Okay, Google introduces Adiantum for devices that can't encrypt local data. I wonder what that means. It's an encryption mode for mobile devices. Fast storage encryption mode for mobile devices. I might have to look into that later. Ariana Grande slams the Grammys for lying about why she isn't performing. She claims she's kept her mouth shut. That's kind of what makes me want to read it. I'm not usually a big entertainment news person. I know I have never seen anyone mysteriously digging through my trash. No. Yeah, true. Everybody wants your... Ariana Grande is nominated for 2 Grammys this year. Creativity and self-expression was stifled. They wanted to pick the songs that she sang, and she didn't want any part of that. It's all about propaganda. Oh. "1407 is claiming that ultra high alert. All these companies are all down. Are you guys experiencing any problems?" Oh, Rex brought you here about 2 years ago? That's cool, Pilot. Nice. Lego Movie 2 builds a whole new layer on the first film's foundation. And then I don't get into sports either. I like see some sports news and I just basically scroll past it to get to the science. Which is a little more interesting to me. Yeah, David never did anything like that, Pilot. Thanks, Scissor Fight. Oh, scientists do claim that Earth's magnetic pole is shifting toward Russia. Is that based on some fake news story, or is that, well, it's Fox News is reporting that. The last 4 years were the hottest on record. If it's shifting toward Russia, then that means that, does that mean we're going to have colder weather or warmer, or they're going to have colder? How do I know what to flip? I know I just read the headline today online. A man is suing his parents for bringing him into the world without his consent. Sorry, he doesn't get a choice. Wait, he does get a choice. Can't he just take care of that himself? He just wants to confront. He encourages people to confront their parents and demand an explanation as to why they decided to have children. Oh, antinatalist movements. A child-free lifestyle. Well, I think it's great to avoid having children. I think that's fine, but I don't think it's necessary. I just think, never mind. That's over in India. He should just take care of it himself. Oh, goodness. No, I don't think so, Flip. Good. Sponheim 2020. "2018 was one of the hottest years ever." Right now I'm going through a cold snap, but
Okay. Well, this cold weather is really bad news. What's your dinner?
oh, thank you.
Be right back.
LA City Hall is being overrun with rats. There's a typhus outbreak in LA. And flea-borne diseases in City Hall. Man, rats. Goodness gracious, I'm so sorry that happened. All right. Tonight, it's going to be 30 degrees tonight, which is okay. Tomorrow, we're expecting snow to come in late. One school is like, we're closing an hour early, so pick up your kids. And then Saturday, it'll be basically frozen on the ground, 18 degrees at night. Sunday it looks pretty darn cold. Monday looks cold. Sunday and Monday are cold but sunny. All right. Yeah, it's going to be good. Well, it's going to be snowy tomorrow, and then the snow will be on the ground for a couple days, still basically still thawing out. That's a weird one. Wired claims the world might actually run out of people. What? Canadian journalist John Ibbitson and political scientist Daryl Bricker have a new book called Empty Planet that's due out. It was due out this week.
Okay, you're done for the night. Thank you so much for that long break.
They think in 3 decades the global population will begin to decline. Thank you.
Well, I think
And that decline will never end.
they'll probably end up killing off a lot of people. Yeah.
Thanks, Pilot. Take care.
Yes, I think that the global population will decline in 30 years if they keep killing off the population. You're right. Thank you. I don't walk like Trump. That's ridiculous. Thanks, Sarah. Okay. Hey, I remember you, Pilot. Yeah, sure. No, I don't walk like Trump. What the hell? What is wrong with you? Well, I'm glad you had a fun discussion with Sarah about things. We're a little bit frustrated that obviously the woman from Russia was never able to get Deripaska's actual goods on Trump. So this non-story with a Russian oligarch's mistress. Whether she talks or not, she won't have anything to say because she's been brought in and re-educated. Yeah, everything's fine. I just wanted you to know that we can't really expect anything out of Mueller's office or out of the Democrats. Or it seems like this impeachment should happen, but nobody seems to want it to happen because everyone's kind of falling in line with the New World Order. And they wanted Trump, so they stuck him in there. And nobody's going to stop them from getting what they want. Unfortunately, we have no accountability in our government, so these guys get away with a lot of crimes. And when you're dealing with mobsters, Trump is basically colluding with mobsters. You got people like Michael Cohen afraid to talk. Now, he's going to speak in front of Congress this week coming up, but he's already had death threats from Donald Trump and Giuliani, he says. Now, you can dispense with everything Michael Cohen says is complete lie. It's all a fake news. It's all a lie. All the Russian hoax. You can listen to that garbage all you want, but this guy has nothing to lose, and he's telling the truth. And no matter what Donald Trump does to malign his character, the man has showed some real balls to stand up to this corruption. And I would easily pardon Michael Cohen in a second for all the work that he's done to reveal the underbelly of corruption that we know to be Trump's. This man's been colluding with Russia and oligarchs, mobsters like the Gambino family. I mean, come on. What the hell is this the country you envision for your family that doesn't address anything at all besides some ridiculous blackface controversy? No, I don't believe anything about the blackface controversy. What they're doing is laying the pavement to deal with me when I arrive. They'll say, oh, that guy did a blackface video. No kidding. I'm very proud of free speech, and I'm more than willing to use it to get noticed in this country of sublime idiocy and mediocrity. We have reached a point where nothing is actually said because we're all afraid to say anything. That includes black people who are upset about being victimized and racially profiled. That hasn't changed under Obama or Trump. What about people who are feeling marginalized because of their background? That's not cool. But doing a blackface impersonation of a black president, how else was I going to do it? In whiteface? So ask yourself the simple question, what's more important, freedom of speech or some generic model of political correctness that someone seems to think is right and you don't count? And you can't speak up because you're not politically correct. So I think we have to rethink what America stands for, and this is the time to actually re-articulate our freedoms. Otherwise, these globalists and New World Order puppets like Trump are going to take over and we won't have anything. Yeah, I couldn't do Obama in whiteface. Exactly. You know, and Obama's skin is the only thing black about him. Bingy, good point. Yeah. He didn't represent the people of his own areas of Chicago. He wasn't standing up for the people who are being victimized in these cities from gun violence. He didn't help, infuse opportunity in inner cities. We've got the worst gangs than we've ever had. How could Obama or Trump ever think that they were doing anything at all to advance our country? We've gotten more homeless people in the past 10, 15 years. We've got more environmental problems that are not being addressed, like Fukushima, a St. Louis dump that's got radiation burning into the air. All kinds of horrible things are happening right in front of us, and we're sitting around going, oh yes, Donald did a great speech. Oh, he's making America great again. Oh. I mean, it's as if the entire society took Soma and went to sleep. It is the brave new world, and we're afraid to address the most important issues facing our country. We're constantly being diverted. I don't know what happened to iVlog, but boy, your numbers really, you need to pick up. I don't know what's going on over there. We've got a lot of hushing and kicking going on. That's keeping people out, but we don't want those trolls in the room anyway. We need credible people in our room, not people that want to look at transgenders with their penises cut off. Well, you can be in blackface anytime you want. That's the whole point. It's freedom of speech. My goodness. What about that do you not understand? It's the right of African Americans to gather together and have African awareness and cultural week. It's the right of people to have a Negro college fund. They have the right to do that. And Caucasians have the right to have a Caucasian college fund if they so choose. But no one's got the balls to do it in our society because we've got this double ethic. We need to open up freedom of speech, not shut it down. We need to be much more open. That's why our economy is languishing. People aren't really, able to say this is what they want because nobody's listening. And it's why our political structure is so stalwart. It's not able to actually fix anything. They won't let me into the dialogue. People like me are not allowed in. I found that out in 2008. And by 2009, I pretty much said, I'm doing a blackface video, and I did it. And I have no problem with it. I'll do it again. Just to get noticed. Because no one notices anybody in the society. It's becoming a generic blah. And if you are promoted like the Kardashians because you got lots of money, that's the wrong reason. If people were promoted based on their ideas, the elitists wouldn't have any goods on them. They wouldn't be able to threaten them and manipulate them like they can the Kardashians, because the Kardashians obviously want to keep their money. Well, that money's tied up as somebody's running their accounts, and if they don't do what they're told, their accounts disappear. You're getting noticed here because I put up a room so you can actually notice people. Jimmy Kimmel did blackface as Karl Malone. There you go.
Say, what the hell going on up there?
Here he is, playing Karl Malone. Now, I can only show half blackface because, as you know, there's a toss violation. If I show full blackface, I'll be tossed.
Do UFO live on other planet, phoning home like E.T.? Karl Malone read on TV about white people getting deducted by aliens.
Now, this guy is Jimmy Kimmel doing it. So why are we ripping into people like congressmen or governors in Virginia? Because the Democrats want to paint themselves out as the holier-than-thou-art party. That's why. And the Republicans will seize that opportunity any time they can to call the Democrats out about racism, too. The Democrats didn't sign the Civil Rights Act. The Republicans did. People don't know that. They don't realize that the Democrats were standing in the way of the Civil Rights Act. The Southern Democrats were like George Wallace. They didn't allow black people into colleges. So you have to understand, the Democrats are so butthurt about being labeled racist for many, many decades that they're making the blackface video out to be their story, and they're going to frame it the way they want to. Well, no, they aren't. Not in a country that has freedom of speech, #1 on the Bill of Rights. Sorry. It's not going to happen under my watch. That's why I don't mind walking right into the fire and doing a blackface video. I'll do a green face video. I'll do a white face video. I'll do whatever color you want, as long as you know that I am about free speech. Howie, again, your questions just don't have any relevance here, man. What's going on? Are you not able to comprehend thoughts on an intellectual level? Just everything out of your mouth is just so mindless. What's wrong with you? Thank you, Bingy. Guess what you're drinking? I'm going to say Bud Light. We now know that Bud Light has no corn syrup in it. Is that right? Or is it Bud? Yeah, that's what they said. No corn syrup. And there's an organic beer Michelob's producing, I believe. That's interesting. That we found out during the Super Bowl. Okay, well, good for you. Fruit juice is bound to be good as long as it doesn't have a lot of sugar in it. Then it's of no value. Well, if eRoom American presents with any more problems, we'll ban them, okay? But I'm not sure what's going on with the iVlog room because there's just not enough vibrant political discussion going on. It's like you guys don't have any political thoughts, or is it that everybody's become completely anesthetized, that you don't have a thought in your mind? That could be it. We noticed that people were kind of leveling off with very little intelligent thought about 5 years ago. Yeah, we noticed that there's lack of conflict in the room. Political discussions were kind of dropping off. I believe we're being poisoned. I believe that the air we're breathing is virtually turning us all into brain-dead idiots. I really do. Now, I'm suffering from just having to live inside of a house most of the time with filtered air. But you guys who breathe the chemtrails, something's going on in your brain. I'm not sure what it is, but it's definitely not moving toward higher thinking. I mean, look at Howie. He's read over 1,000 books and can barely come up with a word bigger than enterprise. His vocabulary doesn't seem to resemble a man who's read 1,000 books. And let's not forget, oh yeah, white chicks. I remember that. These guys dressed up as white people. 2 black guys dressing in white to be white women. I mean, and where's the accusations of racism there? Let's stop this double ethic and get down to reality. I did the blackface because I stand up for freedom of speech. You want me to unban him? I didn't even ban him. Howie, I just don't think you've ever read a book in your life. That's why you come up with these ridiculous syntax issues with grammar. My thoughts on Denise D'Souza? You know, I don't even track Denise D'Souza's entire career. I'm really not versed on Denise D'Souza. I was going to say Gesundheit. Yeah, I'm just not tracking that. He's a political commentator. Oh, that's nice. Well, I'm glad that Native Americans and Indians are represented in politics. That's good. David, what are your thoughts on Denise D'Souza? I don't even have any thoughts. Okay, I'm unbanning him. Here we go. Unban E-Room, American. There we go. He makes movies. Oh, and that's important. And why? Next, you should do Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah. They won't even allow me on the show. The View won't pick me up. I'm too hot. There's just too much on me that they don't know what to do with me. There's nothing, there's no baggage. I carry no baggage. I've got no political controversies other than the blackface. They don't want me into the dialogue because they know I'll spike the dialogue. Cod Fisherman has another blackface of, this famous movie, right? Silver Streak with Richard Pryor, the guy who used to make fun of white people, and Gene Wilder, who died recently. He played a black guy, getting down. There you go. I'm not playing blackface, so don't worry. And I'm only showing half of the screen, so Mark doesn't want any blackface on his screen. Okay, there you go. There we go. Some references to Dante's Circle of Hell. That's right. Forced to watch The View. There you go. Now, Rex, you're well read. I can tell Rex has read many books. He's gone on to prove his education. But claiming you've read 1,000 books is about as hollow as Donald Trump calling himself a stable genius.
You think you're hot shit, don't you?
I do, yeah. All right, there we go. What's your question, Shadow? Mark is he censors us a lot. He makes a lot of money censoring us. Yeah, they made millions doing that. Many of you don't believe it, but that's okay. The Bosley hair treatment place, do you think they're serious? Do you think that's a scam? I think you could get 18% growth from even using Rogaine. I do. But I don't recommend using Rogaine because I understand there's some complications with that. Pilot. Yeah, tell me why the hatred. What's going on? Why are you angry at Pilot? Islet Fries. What's going on with that? Well, I guess that doesn't really matter. We would talk about technology, but I don't have enough technology links to really talk about anything tonight. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any new advancements since the iPhone 8. And since that's the biggest thing on your docket, we could talk about William Barr, who's still being assessed for his ability to be our Attorney General. This story came in last night, how William Barr helped Time Warner pay executives millions while laying off thousands. He was a guy on their team at Time Warner, and he purposely gave huge kickbacks to executives and nothing to the workers, laying off thousands of workers. Yeah, I did mention too that he was on record writing a letter to Rod Rosenstein begging him to not investigate Michael Flynn, the Russian collaborator, who was found guilty of Russian collaboration, and who was our national security advisor, Michael Flynn, for 24 days, where he had total access to some of America's top secrets. This guy seems like he's working for Russia. Everything points to, yeah, he works for Russia. Somebody got to him. Somebody owns him. And for Donald Trump to put him up as the Attorney General nominee is pretty suspicious, along with many other things Donald Trump is doing or not doing. Not imposing sanctions against certain oligarchs, like Deripaska, the guy who allegedly was involved with that mistress that just got back. That's pretty intense stuff. Donald Trump is purposely catering to Russia in every capacity. And I never thought I'd be probably sitting here talking to people with a blank face on, but I think a lot of people are just like shocked that nothing is getting done in the direction of Mueller or the Democrats in the impeachment process. Instead, we're forced to sit there mindlessly watching some absolute imbecile talk as if he knows what he's talking about. Donald Trump. I watched the speech the other day, the State of the Union. It sucks. It was totally teleprompter ready, and what's worse is he didn't even read the speech off a teleprompter. You could see his eyes were not actively engaged in words. He was instead getting teleprompter messages from his earpiece. And every time he spoke in like 7-word sentences. Most people can remember a sentence. Like, my fellow Americans, we are sitting at a precipice. Our nation deciding the future, and it will be a good future. It has been a wonderful economy, and our economy has shown great promise. And there's always a pause there where someone could deliver the next 7 sentences, or seven words. Every single sentence in Donald Trump's speech had enough time for somebody to say the same sentence in his ear. That's why it was so slow and syncopated. So he was just receiving messages from his puppet master. That's what was going on. I know. People were wondering why he was mixing cancer with school choice. Cancer with school choice. Sarah was wondering that. It's like, why was he like globbing all these words together? It's because he literally was speaking in 7-word sentences. There's no semblance of syntax. There were no paragraphs. It was like a run-on speech. And nobody was really that impressed either. What's really sad is that our country has been so numbed and kind of dumbed down that they don't realize the big fight is yet to begin. This guy, a French farmer, is taking on Monsanto. He's suing him again and again because he believes he's gotten sick because of them. Roundup is not what it should be, and the product he used, the Lasso weed killer, has left him disabled. So he's actually, suing Monsanto. He's taking on the big guys. Very few people are doing that. Yes, half the army generals were looking at him like, WTF. I know. What he was saying is kind of a rambling self-appraisal and self-advertising. That's all he does. And what really happens is the American people are sitting back in kind of a dumbfounded, oversensitized state of mind with constant oversensitization due to the tweeting that Trump has been doing incessantly. He's actually made America like immune to his tweets. We're shutting off. Whenever somebody is bombarded with BS, they shut off. So, no, I don't consider myself, I consider myself a pragmatist and an idealist. Idealism mixed with pragmatism. I am not a realist. Right. I'm a fiscal conservative, but I'm also a social liberal, which is a nice, interesting combination. Makes me a centrist. I have developed a kind of a interesting perspective where I support gun rights, but I don't want to, go all the way over to the right and say, oh yeah, we need school prayer. I'm more than willing to see a 2-minute meditation period in school, but I don't want to go so far as to say we have to mandate school prayer. I'm willing to compromise, though. And regarding pro-choice, I'm more than willing to compromise with the first trimester abortion law, unlike the recent law the Democrats have pushed in New York, which is a third trimester abortion law. Yeah, the generals were giving him the stinky eye, but you understand, Trump is merely doing the bidding of a very rich group of global oligarchs. His purpose is to merely fill our head with mindless statements of bragging about things that aren't true. Essentially, it was just a lot of fluff. His speech didn't have any traction, there was no direction and no future. It's just bragging about what the great job he's done when he's not doing a great job at all. So we're kind of stuck here with this reality check that the irony of everything, I mean, even he brought up Buzz Aldrin like he was some great hero. When Buzz Aldrin just recently made a statement that indicates that we didn't even go to the moon.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and we didn't go there, and because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
And so
now he wanted to go to the moon. Buzz really wanted to go to the moon. He I think, seriously felt that we someday could go to the moon. He still wants to know that, but he has to lie like so many people that sign up to NASA. They get a public disclosure requirement, non-disclosure requirement. They sign it. They're not allowed to tell the truth about us not going to the moon. Yeah. I would never streak anything, Howie. My goodness, you're just so out of it. Raise your intelligence level about maybe 3 or 4 IQ points from where you're at. You should be okay. Maybe go back to school or something. Man. Such mindlessness, Howie. I mean, we expected something more from you. Well, you're right around a 90, like slightly above mentally retarded. Right around borderline mentally retarded. You're about on Trump's level. You might want to just join Trump and become a Republican, man, because your mental retardation will eventually kick back. Yeah. Have you been tested? All right. I just can't imagine anyone thinking that Trump is stopping the deep state when he was in bed with the deep state. Here he was with Kissinger. When Donald Trump fired James Comey and said to Lester Holt that he wanted to end the Russian thing, then he calls in Kissinger right afterward to make everything okay again.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia.
Okay, yeah. Okay, why was he talking about Russia? What did Kissinger have to say? Because Kissinger is the Western arm of the New World Order, and Russia is the Eastern arm of the New World Order. And they're trying to control him from both East and West. It's a common thing. It's like he had to get everybody's approval when he fired Comey to end the Russian investigation. So he brings in this old man who's been running the show behind the scrim, leading the Council on Foreign Relations and countless other foreign operations, virtually the archdeacon of the New World Order. He calls him into the office for a pep talk about Russia. Yeah, it's pretty obvious there's something not quite clicking there, Howie. Many people are beginning to believe that you may be undiagnosed autism. It could be like Asperger's disease or something. Yeah, that's why you're having problems getting mixed with your jobs. You've had problems with your jobs. You may want to get diagnosed because you don't appear to be a guy who read 1,000 books. You may have walked through a library with 1,000 books and smiled and looked at the covers, but you didn't read them. You know, I think Kissinger's having organ replacement. I'm pretty sure that he's having organ replacement. Most likely. You can get, at a certain level now, you can get your own genes spliced with stem cells they can pull out of your brain. And you can have a new organ made. So your lungs fail, you get new lungs. They patch them right in there. That's happening at a high level. They don't want anyone to know that, though. I know. I'm glad you're hanging out with yourself, Howie. Well, he's got organ replacement. It's pretty simple. Yeah. Oh, he's got to definitely get, and probably drinking or having the blood transfusions of children. That makes them feel real chipper when they get older. It's a growing fad to have your blood transferred with children's blood. Yeah, Peter Thiel's doing it, the PayPal billionaire who made a lot of money on PayPal. You'd have to read at least one book, Howie, to be as cool as me. Just take a book off of your shelf and read it. Then you'll be as cool as me. Colombian veterinarian jailed for smuggling drugs in puppies. Oh, you don't have to come in. You're done for the night.
Really?
Yeah, I just have to do that other thing.
How do you want a break now or later?
Yeah, if you want to do it right now, just come on in and I'll step in. I just got to take care of the other thing.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I was just, checking my face, thank you. I'll get to the Colombian veterinarian jailed for smuggling drugs and puppies later. Sarah's going to give me about a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, where are the 2,400 missing illegal children? Thank you so much.
No, Howie, I don't have a smart shower.
Let's not answer Howie right now. He seems to be living in a world of irrelevance. And as much as I've asked him to come up, raise the bar of intellectualism, he hasn't gotten there. So there's something wrong. That's why I'm thinking he may be sub-marginal. We may be dealing with a guy who said he read 1,000 books, but what? He looked at their covers?
Hello, Misanthropy.
Thank you.
I have not read 1,000 books that I know of. I never kept track of all the books I read. I did read a lot of books. Hello, evening Rex. I am pretty, I'm feeling tired today for some reason. And I'm like, why am I so tired? I don't know. I just am. Yes, we do. David typed in idealism mixed with pragmatism. Yeah, that's what I am. I feel like I'm an idealist and a pragmatist at the same time, which is kind of different. That's what it is. 667. I never drink enough. I never stay hydrated enough. But I like an amazing interview to listen to about the toxicity of social media. Not right now. At the moment, I'm using some shampoo I got from Trader Joe's, I think. And then I'm using a little Infusium conditioner. NDTV. It's so good, really. I'm so tired. Okay. Wow. Maybe the family can adopt that other kid in India who's suing his family for being born. You're a disappointed idealist? It makes you cranky? Alright. You go ahead and give it to me and I just wish I had this on my other computer so I could like open it up. It was your only reason for coming on? You're a skeptic? It's good to be skeptical. Alright, thank you.
The most popular accounts on Instagram.
Sam Vaknin. Alright, can I just go into YouTube and type that in? Because I'm not going to watch it here, I'll watch it in another one. Alright. It's so good. It has two dudes talking. It's something that I can turn off and, I mean, I can listen to and not have to watch. Writing it down so I can look it up in the other room. Toxicity of social media revealed. I know it causes people to get depression if they're on a lot of social media. Maybe that's it. I've been kind of binging on reality TV recently, which is not the best. Ah. Toxic, eh? Ah. Lately wanting to vegetate your brain overthinking leads to stress, you think? Yeah, a lot of people don't like social media, but they use it anyway because of social pressure. Good points. That's probably one of the reasons. I do. Sometimes I actually like certain social media, but sometimes I am like a little too chipper. I'm not my real self, and I am. Anytime I've actually tried to put anything real, I've been kind of called out. So then it's like, the thing about social media is like this pressure to always be like chipper and filling the airwaves, and I think that's actually why maybe people like my show, because I'm not. I'm just me. I'm really am what you see, for the most part. Wow, I agree with that. That's so true, Miss Anthropy. You just got a new internet provider, Rexted, and a big increase in speed, and they have thus far charged you nothing, and you did a lot of work. Oh, they did a lot of work in installation? Oh no, they might nail you with a huge bill. They were way too friendly. Well, just to appreciate that they were friendly. Yeah, kids did hide in their room before Facebook, but sometimes their parents would like make them eat dinner with them. They would have like have family game nights. Granted, my family didn't really do that. We just sat in front of the TV, which was probably not the best for creating relationships. Everything is about relationships. Yes. That's a good point. How can you not know your immediate family? Because of social media addiction? Huh. No, I have never shot a gun. I did go and learn about gun safety for females, and at the end where we're going to have an opportunity to shoot a gun, but I had another appointment I had to get to, so I missed that part. I know my extended family, but do I want to know my extended family? No. So I have lower relationships with family members over time. I don't really think it's due to social media though. Yes, we do crave input. Oh, and they use that against us. That's so true. Yeah, why would you, that's so good point, Misanthropy. Wow. Yeah, they do. It's like this defense thing about social media. I can be on Facebook if I want to. You can't tell me what to do. Oh, really, Benji? In our district, we have a lot of music. What's so nice about the district I live closest to is they really value art education and music education. They really value it. That's mainly due to it was probably partly, but now mainly due to our superintendent was a music major. And then they have this amazing music festival in our town, and the money raised from the music festival actually goes to scholarships for students who want to be musicians. Yeah, money can't buy happiness. I haven't seen a Cam Girl movie on Netflix. Wait, what? Oh. Sorry, then I saw that it was related to somebody else in the chat. The chat room is an interesting medium. The chat room is. And a video chat is even more interesting because all of you have to type to communicate with each other or with me, and I just get to sit here and talk. No, you're not calling anyone one of those. Never mind. Never mind. All right. Is that Ocasio-Cortez? There's going to be a war within the party. We're going to lean into it. I don't know if that's something she said or someone else. I'm not sure. This was an interesting one from Wired. Trump's State of the Union is silent on key tech issues. Oops. All right. Wow, I might just do that. He promised legislation to invest in the cutting-edge industries of the future. He talked up gains in manufacturing and oil jobs and gas export. He didn't once mention the word technology or any tech policy issue like privacy, broadband, antitrust, nothing. Oh, that's good. Yeah, some parents keep their kids off the internet. But the AIDS fill in the blank, they talk about, oh yeah, he's committed to all these things. A deputy assistant to the president for technology policy. "5G wireless." Well, they could 5G might enable download speeds of up to 10 gigabytes on your phone. That's 10 times the speed of Google Fiber's standard home service. Oh, no wonder David thinks it's dangerous. Well, what do you think, Howie? I think David just liked the term hybrid because we have an awesome hybrid car. You've read countless thousands of pages of web pages. Yeah, I believe you have, Ghost, and all of that coding that you've done and read and created. Politicians claim if the U.S. falls behind China in deploying 5G, the next generation of mobile platforms could emerge in China. Just as Android and iOS and those app stores emerged in the U.S. during the earlier wireless era. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty cool, Ghost. Yeah, the old books nobody can read. Is that ones that Google scanned in or something else? Archive.org is a good site. Alright, I think I read enough. That was pretty funny. The world might actually run out of people. I wanted to see if that was still up. I guess I do like Wired. Both of those articles that I was drawn to were on Wired.
All right. Thank you very much for helping.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I'm going to go check this out. The toxicity of social media.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. All right. Netflix referrals are part of our thing.
One's a YouTube referral.
YouTube referrals. Wow. Thanks. Thank you, Sarah. All right. Technology Thursday. We're dealing with the technology that's online right now. The future of education will be online. Many of you will teach your children online. The current society that's based on paper and personal contact will begin to disappear over time. Teachers will still be probably available for consultation, but we may have a lighter schedule. Many of you may not work as much because your job may be replaced by a computer or a robot. So we're looking at a basic income of $400 a month. That's just for starters. Many Democrats are talking about $1,000 a month. So where they're getting that money, I don't know, but I've got to pull it from the defense budget. But I will honor that and even bump it $5 to $1,005 if they're serious. But $400 a month is a good start for the basic American income to get going and survive. Because clearly we're not going to be able to get people a basic amount of money that would be, in the big numbers, and you see a lot of cheating going on. If you did, that's my concern about $1,000 a month. Hybrid capitalism, yeah, thank you. Well, read the book and you'll find out, Howie. Yeah, it's 99 cents, Kindle download. Read the book, 200 pages. Yeah, it'll be better than you pretending to be reading a book, and we won't have to talk. All right, so this is the package for the American people that I believe will get people enough money to kind of hang in there. Not really succeed. I mean, granted, most people in this country feel they need $30,000 minimum per year. I have a plan to give a pension plan out for $36,000 a year. A significant reduction from the current pension plan for federal workers, which is closer to $55,000 to $65,000 a year. This $36,000 a year will get them $3,000 a month, which we think it's an adequate amount, but it's realistic. And a state plan like that would also cut the budgets of the states, so everyone could live under budget, because right now they're way over budget. All these Democrats, Republicans are spending another trillion more per year that we should be spending. We're going in debt $1 trillion a year. That's how bad it is. No. You thought libraries would censor David? Well, it's available digitally, so you haven't seen it censored on Amazon yet. Thank you. They have a hard time censoring things like books. A suit claims that dicamba-proof soybeans violate antitrust laws. Okay. This is what I want to talk about. Is fear driving sales of Monsanto's dicamba-proof soybeans? Yeah, see, these genetically modified soybeans are really in demand here. The biggest, most valuable new technology on Midwestern farms these days is a new family of soybean seeds. But some farmers say they're buying these wheat seeds partly out of fear. A new lawsuit claims that the company, Monsanto, now owned by Bayer, violated antitrust laws when it introduced the seeds, and Bayer is asking the court to dismiss the complaint. The seeds go by the trade name Extend, and they're worth an estimated $1 billion a year to Bayer. Well, you know something? The fact that they're making money from our farmers on genetically modified seeds is a tragedy, really, when you think about it. Considering people that are growing heirloom seeds of things that they enjoy, they're losing the ability to actually keep their organic farms. Monsanto's saying, oh, you're using seeds that are cross-hybridized with our seeds. Therefore, you have to pay us. And if you pay them for their their genetically modified seeds, you basically no longer can call yourself organic. So it's a catch-22. Soy can be a neurotoxin, yes. I have... we're going to put you on mute, I think, for a while tonight. Okay, you want to live in a tiny house and not work? Will I still get the $400 a month? Yes. Yes, Johnson. In fact, the $400 a month plan is designed specifically for you. Guys, men who've gone their own way want to live in a tiny house, so they set up their life and they could get by and save your money. He is. Guess 667, you're right. And we're going to be pulling him out of the show completely in a few minutes. We're going to be banning him just a bit. New unearthed video of Trump business dealings in Moscow, 1995. Yeah, I saw this last night. It was very good. He was schmoozing with the Russians back in 1995. Check it out. There he was, hanging out with the Russians. The former mayor of Moscow has confirmed Donald Trump met with officials in Russia in the 1990s to discuss possible building project after archival footage of the meeting was posted online. Yes, there he is right there in the meeting with Russian people. Look, see, there he is, see, right there, yeah, see, look.
Первый вице-премьер не скрывал от гостю. Первый вице-премьер не скрывал занимающимися недвижимостью.
He's looking off in the distance like he's rather disinterested, only looking for big money from Russian investors and oligarchs.
Первый вице-премьер не скрывал от гостей своей радости по поводу сути их визита, ведь доля американского капитала в московском бизнесе пока что ничтожно мала. Владимир Ресин в общих чертах охарактеризовал положение столичного строительства и предложил несколько программ, в которые магнаты могли бы с выгодой для себя вложить деньги.
That was great, thank you.
There are so many...
That was enjoyable. The true toxicity of social media revealed. We'll take a look at that tonight. Add that to the list. I'm reciting the theme from the Munsters. That's weird. Yeah. I'm starting to, little flashbacks from your kid, when you weren't a kid. No. You don't remember when I was a kid, we used to have the Munsters on TV. And I'm starting to hymn the Munsters. Do, 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 do. Hey, the Russians just unveiled their super multi-megaton nuke today. Wow. Yeah, I heard about that. Not really. It was already known, but they made a big public deal about it to scare the serfs. Good point, Rex. Yeah, we saw Russia, do saber rattling and wafting of anger and hostility. I don't get it. I don't know why they're, doing this other than Vladimir Putin thinks he's got us on the run or something now that he's put his tendrils in the White House and controls Donald Trump with phone call through cell phone. Okay, how dubstep was discovered. Okay, Bengalatis.
Well, I'm going to show you on a very primitive piece of equipment. This is a piece of vinyl hose that you can buy at Lowe's. I think I bought this.
Okay, I can't wait to find out that 1.5-minute video. He'll probably monetize it if I play it. So I better not. I'll put it in our lineup. Do 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 do. Had a catchy beat, that's why I went back to it. I'm not really allowed to play a lot of themes, like Batman and those things. I can't really give you much more than a small soundbite, really. Yeah, it's kind of well, they made it so you can only play 8 seconds of anything on YouTube without monetizing the song. And, it's a problem. I have to work around it. But we do have, many of those themes. Like if I played the first 2 notes of a theme, would you know what it was? Let's try this one.
Leave it to Beaver.
Could you get that one? That's a tough one. All right. Well, I know that was tough. What about this one? I think you know that one, right? Beverly Hillbillies. Actually, I beat you to it. All right. Yeah. Sure thing. We were raised on TV here. Blesseth you. When I was a child, I watched about 7 to 10 hours a day of television. So, don't don't think that's a big problem for you to be glued to your iPod, but bear in mind, did I say iPod? I'm sorry. iPhone. I'm dating myself. You can put on these special glasses which give you the protection you need when you are looking at your desktop or your tablet or your phone, and you use these glasses to protect you from those dangerous rays. Now at 9 o'clock my screen dims and it protects me, so if I'm sitting up late at night looking at the screen, it doesn't hurt my eyes, which helps me quite a bit. But sitting in front of a screen for a couple hours, you definitely get that feeling, and they say that in our lifetime, if we do this every day, look at a desktop or look at a tablet or whatever, kids could get macular degeneration at the age of 50. Yeah, your kids could come down with the big bad worst possible blindness you get. There's no correcting macular degeneration. Gradually the retina etches away its receptors, making the neurons unable to pass to the optic nerve. This is a degradation of the human seeing capability, which is caused by the UV light emitted from the monitors, etching on your retina. Yeah, your retina can have a number of problems. It can lose its ability to receive information, and say you get really, really drunk, which is a vasodilator, and you get really, really sad, which makes you cry, you could have what is called retinal damages due to a bleed. That's another problem. So you got to worry about that when you get old. Yeah, those are irreparable problems. Bleeds within your retina could cause blindness. No, but if you are drunk and sad, Howie, don't cry too much, because the vasodilators could cause your retina to ultimately bleed. Just a little tip for the, future reference. We do, Drag King. We're monitoring the level of intelligence right now, and we're pushing 92 IQ. And that's rare for us. We're usually much higher. We have greater knowledge than most people.
That does not compute.
Yes, it does. I am managing the conversation perfectly well. Caution.
Caution, caution, there is danger.
There is danger. All right, so that was Lost in Space, by the way, just so you know. I'm going to go into that next phase. I haven't played any music in a while, so I thought it'd be appropriate for me to play a little music. I usually play some music to break up our show because it is tedious. Let's not kid ourselves. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Let's go over to Cool Rock for a second.
Way out there.
Yes, it's way out there, and hopefully we'll be able to get there very quickly. Yeah, we're going to the far distant solar system to land on our website, where we have a whole lot of fun stuff I'll show you.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, it's a totally interactive site, Cool Rock is, and you can enable the flash function and get our video every night. And we play real time. Coolrock.com. There you go. We got the venue of both chat rooms. You can click here to enter the iVlog chat room, and you can also navigate down the page, or you can check out one of the new buttons here at the top. I didn't show you guys, we got, of course, Scissor Fights Music, our YouTube channel, and Web Oasis. Let's take a look here. Down on the side here, they've got a really cool bar at Web Oasis. And you can get an arcade. Check this out. You can play pinball. I was just checking this out the other day. It was kind of a fun little experiment. No, coolrock.com. There's no hyphenation. Just the word Cool Rock. So let's start the... Whoa! Okay. Isn't that a gas? Yeah. Yeah, isn't that it's just so fun. Yeah, Pinball Wizard on your desktop. It's just, and you wouldn't find that unless you went to Cool Rock and went to the upper right portion of the screen. And this button right here, Web Oasis. Now going down, navigating, you can also have fun with our artificial intelligence interactive system where you can actually play music with an AI system. That was the response. So it's talking back to you. You're literally talking through music to a computer. And then, of course, the calming sound of the harp. And any of these pages are X out. You can X out of anything you want. You can move anything you want around here. There's a cool little song lyric generator up here that'll take you to a song lyric generation site, which helps you learn how to write lyrics. Maybe you'll create the next major song with this tool. But this is generating a song in the style of REM using any number of means. They give you word suggestions, and you can make songs that sound like an REM hit. Isn't that cool? But this is just like the beginning of it. We've got all these utilities now plugged into this page. We've got Mr. Doob, which is offering free Ajax scripts and various other things that are just fun to look at, Even a soundboard here that you can navigate. Tune your biorhythms. Anyway, thank you for letting me show you Cool Rock. There's a lot of fun stuff on that site. All right. Any other questions? We can get back to the constant assimilation of news. All right. Okay, a Florida politician reportedly resigns following accusations she licked men's faces. Some people have strange fetishes. This Florida city commissioner resigns following complaints that she licked men's faces and groped men. She groped men and licked their faces. So apparently women have this problem too. It can't be as bad as the men doing it to women, but it probably is if you're downwind from some serial female groper. Yeah. Let's see what she's all about. I bet she smells, yeah. That's all you think about, man. How women smell. It's just amazing. It's just hard to understand, man. That's all. When I think of women on screen, I don't think of how they smell. How ridiculous. That would be very racist. I don't think it's Cool Rock. Yeah, thank you. Florida politician reportedly resigns following accusations she licked men's faces. Excuse me, but that's a dude. I'm sorry. Okay. Madera Beach City Commissioner Nancy Oakley submitted her resignation. Is that a woman, really? I don't know. It looks like a dude pretending to be a woman. She said she was innocent. Yep. They fined Oakley $5,000 in January and called on Republican Governor Ron DeSantis to issue a public reprimand of her alleged actions. Face licking is not appropriate. She groped a guy's crotch and buttocks, they're saying, and licked the side of his neck and face. She's had a habit of licking men that either she was attracted to or thought she had an authority over. So she licked people who she had an authority over. You know, I could just imagine what her home life is like, you know. Probably has a dog that licks her, you know. Well, I'm glad I don't look like her. That would be scary, wouldn't it? Honey, I'm home. Jeez. That is so freaky. I don't lick it a lot, no. I don't lick it at all. Yeah. I don't lick that at all. According to the Toxicity of Social Media interview, men like skinny women because gays were the ones that made models be skinny, have boy-like bodies. Therefore, when you look the skinny model type, it means you're actually a fag. Well, Misanthropy, are you thinking of that about yourself? Because we all know you're very slender. You seem to be personalizing this revelation that you had tonight, finding out about why men like women who are thin. I think that's biased. I think that was probably written by a homosexual or somebody suffering from homosexual panic. Okay, I don't want to talk about licking faces, so let's move on to the next thing here. Trump's furious after Schiff hires former NSC aides to help oversee his administration. Oh, yeah. Good. I think Schiff should do whatever he can. Go, Schiff. You do it. You do your thing, Schiff. Adam Schiff's trying to put together an investigation into Trump, who seems to think that he's never done anything wrong. It's all a Russian hoax. It's all fake news. It's feminine for women to have curvy bodies. Oh, you bet. That's why some men like plumpers. There's a big whole fetish for plumpers out on the internet, you know. Yeah. One of my worst experiences on earth really has been, well, not my worst. I've got a few of those. My worst experience in business was when I used to do videos. Some guy called me up and wanted me to video him and his wife doing a plumper video. And he was going to bring some of his friends in on the plumper video. And I was like, no, I would never do anything like that. Sorry, man. Have you ever heard of a video camera you could hold yourself? I mean, can you imagine? Yeah, someone called up our business listing and said, could you make a video of me and my wife to do a plumper video? And my friends could get involved? It's like, no, we don't do that here. Well, it's just kind of odd that a man would want to, pimp out his wife in a plumper video. I mean, I can't even imagine it. Yeah, well, when you're in business, you get phone calls from anybody. It's like, yeah, I used to do videography, video depositions. I even did videos and weddings and things like that. So, but it gets a little weird when somebody wants you to, do their own porn video. The guy and his wife. I mean, that's sad. That's just, and that was when video cameras were readily available at Circuit City. I mean, make your own video, buddy. I know. Well, there's a lot of things that you find on the dark net, hula mula. I guess you found your little fetish right there. I'm sure you're going to make that into a lifetime pursuit. Trump is furious as Adam Schiff is flexing his muscle. He said he was just a political guy who was looking to make a name for himself. Adam Schiff. House Intelligence Committee Adam Schiff has hired officials with experience.
Well, what we've learned is that the House Intelligence Chairman, Adam Schiff, as you noted, has recently hired people who have previous experience working on the National Security Council to join his committee that is overseeing the Trump administration. Now, a committee aide confirmed this to us, but Brooke, they declined to say how recently these people worked on the National Security Council, whether or not they worked under President Trump, and they declined to identify who these individuals are. But Brooke, what we also know is that clearly this move has enraged President Trump because, as you saw from his tweets this morning, not only talking about what you noted, that recently launched investigation from Adam Schiff that is much broader than people originally imagined, but also this interesting quote from the president on Twitter this morning. He said, quote, "I hear other committee heads will do the same thing, even stealing people who work at the White House." Now, we asked the White House, what did the president mean when he said even stealing people who work at the White House? And essentially, the White House is implying that right now, Adam Schiff has either recently hired or is currently interviewing people who have worked in the Trump administration. We asked about that line of the president's tweet, and an administration official said, "Ask Adam Schiff what that means." So we did, and a committee aide got back to us with this statement. We're going to put it up on the screen, but they said, and this is from a committee aide on the House Intelligence Committee, "We have hired staff for a variety of positions, including the committee's oversight work and its investigation. Although none of our staff has come directly from the White House, we have hired people with prior experience on the National Security Council staff for oversight of the agencies, and will continue to do so at our discretion because we do not discriminate against potential hires on the basis of their prior work experience, including the administration." So they're declining to say whether or not any administration officials from the Trump administration are currently working on this staff, but clearly we are seeing the White House imply as much. Now, Brooke, it's not unusual for someone who's worked on the NSC to go work on the House Intelligence Committee. It's happened before. Even Devin Nunes hired someone who worked on the Trump administration National Security Council when he was the House Intelligence Committee chairman. But this does raise the concerns that you've heard from the White House ever since Donald Trump first took office, which is that there are people inside these career staffers who work here despite whoever is the president that could potentially be going to work on Adam Schiff's committee that is now, as you noted yesterday, launched this huge investigation into the president, not just him, but also his finances and what drives certain national security decisions that he makes. So certainly this is giving some cause for concern back here at the White House right now. But Brooke, we should note we do not know yet who these individuals are, and we're still working to find out what their identities are.
Okay, thank you, Brooke, and thank you, everyone at the CNN headquarters.
We just got word from the Supreme Court. It blocked a Louisiana abortion access law from going into effect, but for now. This is not the end of the legal dispute, but it matters.
It does. We'll get back to that later. Okay, wow, well, we got the skinny on this whole thing. Bill Cosby's being moved to prison general population. I will not pardon Bill Cosby, but I will give him the option of going into solitary confinement. Yes. I would not pardon him, but I would offer him to give I think that Bill Cosby's got a lot of soul searching to do, and I understand he's crying himself to sleep every night. And I don't think it'll fare well for him in the general population. I think he's at risk. Yeah, as a person, as a human being, especially with his notoriety. So I would give him special accommodations in that respect, but no pardon. He's only got 3 years to serve, so. Yeah, I'm not happy with what he did either. Allegedly raped 60 women, drugging them. I mean, that was just crazy. But he was only charged with 3 women that they could stick. And, by the way, Harvey Weinstein has not had one single indictment stick yet. He's got some powerful attorneys. They've got, yeah, his case is still pending. Yeah, so I guess CNN can go take their liberal tripe and go elsewhere, right? Some of you don't believe anything on CNN because you think they're just out to get Trump because you take his side completely. Well, if Adam Schiff gets the goods on the money transferred from Michael Cohen to Donald Trump, the pay for play, if any of that comes up, it's going to be pretty tough for Trump to squirm out of that. But if Adam Schiff was smart enough, and he can definitely call Hope Hicks in. Hope Hicks has already admitted to lying for the president to a Senate subcommittee. And having admitted to lying to the president gave her I think she got immunity, Hope Hicks did, but I don't know if she'll have immunity from the House investigation. I think all of that's very relevant. And if Hope Hicks was told for over 1.5 years to lie for the president, she's privy to a lot of information that he would have probably been telling her, especially about dealings with the Russians. You find it disturbing that she became a teacher? Who? Hope Hicks? Who are you talking about, Misanthropy? We're waiting on chat. Yeah, this absurd conversation you're having with each other about dating women. Should we turn this site into a dating site, you think? You're talking about an ex? Oh, okay. You're discussing in chat how people have become weird sexually? Well, that's good. At least we're tracking chat. Thank you. Do you think that's a result of people becoming fixated on porn? That they become sexually perverted? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question. Yes or no? All right, thank you. Apparently you don't want to talk about that. Well, don't let me interfere with the chat. Yeah, I don't want to in any way change your train of thought. Obviously, it's going somewhere for you. Yeah, they're talking about sex with an ex. He campaigned against Nicolas Maduro and paid a heavy price. Really? Who's that?
This is Petare, a slum, home to about 750,000 of Venezuela's poorest people. These locals have little, yet they know of others much worse off. Of children who face starvation if no one helps. So they do, volunteering to cook donated food. It seems incredible in an oil-rich nation such as Venezuela that you would have therapeutic feeding centers, and this is one of dozens just in this one barrio alone. This small bowl of rice and beans is the only meal these children are going to get each day. 3 million Venezuelans have fled this country. Food is rationed and in short supply.
Here, for one to eat, it's become difficult.
So Maduro is blocking aid going into Venezuela, which is kind of stupid when you think about it, but he doesn't want any attachment to Western culture. He doesn't want people to be weaned on Western support, so then they'd be inclined to believe that all of that's good. They want everyone to believe that Maduro wants everyone to believe that Venezuela is the sole, provider. He's got an ego thing about food. He doesn't want, just because he can't feed his people doesn't, it's like North Korea. Just because they can't feed their people doesn't mean that they want food supplies dropped in. Because what does Kim Jong-un really care about the people? I mean, he doesn't care about his people, obviously. He probably cares more about his name and his reputation. Yeah, and plus they could send in C4 and weapons, right? And he doesn't want that happening. He doesn't want oversight. He wants oversight over all shipments of humanitarian aid. Can you blame him? He's got a obvious mark on his head at this point. He's getting a lot of support from Russia, so it's more than likely Russia's going to have a permanent base in Venezuela, and Trump's just going to have to accept it because he'll do whatever Putin tells him. Well, Vladimir, whatever you want me to do, I'll do. I won't in any way push for an intermediate nuclear force treaty, no INF treaty, right? Whatever you want, so you can continue to create weapons of mass destruction. Well, I think there's a lot of sparking points. You got to understand, Trump is essentially, it's like throwing a wrench in an engine that runs great, America. And when you throw that wrench in the engine and it gets caught in your the spindle that spins around in your engine, your fan, and then it gets stuck in your fan blade, and then the fan blade gets broken and it doesn't work, and then your engine overheats. That's what's happening right now. These are not birth control spectacles, Joe. These are actually high-end. Somebody told me these were Gucci sunglasses. Now, I can't necessarily guarantee that they are Gucci sunglasses, because when I Google Gucci sunglasses, I don't get these particular glasses, so I don't get along with Medicare for all, but thank you. Remember, the Democrats aren't even allowed to talk to me or talk about me. Yeah, I'm looking through the Gucci sunglasses and I've yet to see any one. And I've been through about 14,000 pairs, so I'm pretty confident they're not Gucci sunglasses after all. These are Gucci sunglasses. And they don't resemble anything like that. Not even close, no. Now you're talking. Now that's a Gucci pair. You see the difference? Yeah, let's visit the site. Let's get a real pair. See what they cost. Sorry, this lot is closed. 127 bucks. That was at eBay. Well, I know what I'm looking for now, for sure. Yeah. Sure, Howie, whatever you want. You seem to think you control the show, so you're doing a pretty good job of talking about one thing versus another. Yeah. Baby steps, Howie. Pretty soon you'll get to higher thinking capability. You'll begin to learn how to talk like a normal person. Use your words, Howie. Use your words. Here he is. By popular demand, the lost American millennial / snowflake.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
All right. Yeah, well, lucky for you, Ray-Bans are great. Rex, you got Ray-Bans. That's cool. Yeah, does that appease you now? Joe, are you... What's wrong with his chin? I don't know. He's wearing a goatee. They call him a goatee. They look like goats. The full video of the long-haired guy? Do you have it, Hula Mula? Send me a link. Yeah, apparently he wants everyone to talk about what he likes to talk about, smelling women. He's turned the whole show into the smelling women show. Way out there. I'm a little concerned. Yeah, I can't do that. We got enough problems right now. I mean, as if we weren't all completely attacked by this elephant in the closet, you know? Yeah, here we are thinking life is wonderful, and we've got this Godzilla sitting behind us waiting to just attack us. I know. It's like, wow. Wow. Pretty trippy, dude. You have the elephant in the closet, the Godzilla in the background. The world is not exactly as fun and wonderful as people like to think.
Sometimes I even can't get food for one.
These slums used to support President Nicolas Maduro, who's blocking aid from being brought in by his rival, Juan Guaido.
This whole thing is like a complete pitch for let's depose the leader 101. It's right out of the playbook of the same people that pulled Muammar Gaddafi from power, that pulled Saddam Hussein from power. The allegation that women from Ohio have a special odor about them is absurd. Yeah. I think they use more perfume. They're more old world in Ohio. I know that Ohio has kind of a feeling of, I don't know, like they're the New York of the Central America. Doesn't it seem like Ohio feels like they're better than everybody else? I noticed that about driving to Ohio. Everyone seems to be kind of on an ego trip, which is a good thing. Not that it's not a bad thing. They like themselves. That's good. They're positive. But they drive, I've been in rest areas in Ohio, and it's just, people have this vibe. It's like they're superior. I don't know what it is. Everybody's superior. Yeah, Ohio, it's a tough nut to crack. Indiana is a tough nut to crack, too. They're resisting legalization of marijuana. Yeah, they're not that cool. I know. John Kasich country. What do you think of Kasich? Well, Kasich's followed some good ideas. The first trimester law that I suggested, he came up with his version right after I told everybody in the world about it. And I actually support him. He seems like a nice guy. From a Republican perspective, he's palatable. Trump is not. He's somebody I could work around if I had to. Trump. The problem with the lack of oversight the Trump administration, by the Trump administration, over their own actions, the fact that Trump didn't take notes even recently when he met secretly Vladimir Putin, shows me a cavalier sense that he thinks he can do no wrong. It's almost bizarre. Trump meeting Russians with a secret meeting with the Russian news force, the TASS news agency, secretly meeting in the White House the next day right after he fired James Comey. Or was it that same day? I think it was that same day, and the next day he met Kissinger. The same day he fired James Comey, he met with the Russians immediately. That was so weird. And he bragged to them how he was so happy he ended the Russian investigation by firing James Comey. I mean, that's obstruction of justice, plain and simple. I mean, by definition. I don't like Comey either. I think Comey rigged the election in favor of Trump. Ironically, Comey should be investigated for working with the Russians too. It's the most critical character in the entire election was Comey. And what he said when he said he's reopening an investigation, a criminal investigation into Hillary Clinton 11 days before the election, that swayed the election right over to Trump on the electoral college level. But Hillary still won on the popular level by 3 million votes. I didn't want Hillary as president either. But my point is, Trump has done nothing to correct these things. He should have had all of his meetings, all 6 hours meeting with Vladimir Putin, private meetings. He should have had notes taken and sent to public agencies like news agencies. He's done nothing. It looks more and more like he's working for Russia.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Before I get into the Buzz Aldrin stuff, I got about 5 little clips to show you.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm showing Trump and Pelosi right now is there's 2 little funny things I caught, which you can't miss. And then it segues straight into Buzz Aldrin and his appearance there at the Trump deal the other night.
No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year.
Oh, crap, why are they clapping? They're wearing the white robes. We agreed that the ladies in the white robes were not going to clap. What is going on here? You fools! You're ruining our plan! Idiots!
Hey, we'll watch this a little bit later, thank you. And his commentary is going to be pretty funny. Yeah, right on. Okay, I'll add that to our link tonight. Yeah, Trump couldn't even get his tie straight that night, but whatever. It was a subpar speech, in my opinion. I don't do tattoos there, buddy. Yeah. Again, irrelevant stuff, you know. God, just step it up, man. You have no political mind whatsoever. It's like you don't even care about what's happening in the world. I don't even know why you're in this room, man. Maybe you should just party with Howie and make your own room. Nancy is wearing 2 red balls and a staff, a Roman staff. We exposed that last night on our videos. Yes.
Chemtrails. And chemtrails, by the way, barium salts are in chemtrails. They are 10,000 times more toxic to your nervous system than lead. They contain mycobacteria, viruses, Pseudomonas florensis bacteria, human plasma. Wonder what human plasma is doing in chemtrails. And this is not by conjecture. I did a lot of research before I'd ever say this, but these chemtrails are nasty. And there's 3 reasons for chemtrails. The first is and I talked to my NSA buddies at Fort Carson, Peterson Air Force Base, and Buckley, where I was actually their doctor taking care of the pilots flying and spraying the chemtrails. So I know it's real. If anybody says it's not real, they're full of it. Okay, because I'm a whistleblower. On the inside, it's not open for discussion. And my NSA buddies told me, 95% of them told me they were up there trying to spray to reflect the sun out to stop global warming. So most of them are dumb enough to believe that garbage.
Exactly. I agree. They are. People believe that crap. The government's coming up with a cover story that they're spraying these chemicals in the skies to dissuade the sun from baking in, preventing global warming, blah, blah, blah. No warning, military performs weapons simulation exercises in LA and residents worry an invasion is happening. Good. We got another story from...
Hi, everyone. Well, it is the 5th of February, and we had, once again, the military doing its exercises in an urban area, downtown LA, California. Loud booms. These exercises actually are, they include weapons simulations.
Yeah.
So those who are living in Los Angeles were rather surprised to...
They thought they were being attacked, yeah. And having lived through 9/11, many of them are, wondering, should we leave the city? Are we under attack? Terrorizing the population without any warning is something a totalitarian government would do. That's what we're experiencing right now in America. I know. Well, the reality is Gaddafi was very much loved by his people. Maduro actually has a fan club that meets in massive, support in his own cities in Venezuela. Maduro has a rally page here. Let's see. No. Yeah, don't have it. 2010. Yeah. He has a 20-ton pile of gold that's sitting in limbo. We don't know what happened with that. That was 6 days ago. I think the 20 tons of gold went to Russia somehow. But no, I don't have his his information right now. No, he says the next vote will be in 2025. That's not sitting well with international leaders. Maduro wants his reign to continue till 2025. Europe had an 8-day ultimatum and he rejected it. But that's basically where we're at with Maduro. He hasn't fully kicked out our diplomats, but he was concerned that they were working against him. Hey, Steve from West Virginia. Good evening. Steve from West Virginia is here. Well, Gaddafi actually wanted to broker his own form of currency, backed by his own gold supply. And you have to wonder what happened to all that gold that Libya had. Yeah. Did Christopher Stephen know something about that gold? Is that why they killed him? And how come there wasn't one email from Hillary out of 30,000 emails related to Benghazi? That's so strange. We found out the Republicans that ran the House investigation previously found out that Strzok was the FBI agent that culled the emails from 30,000 down to 3,500, reducing them 1/10 of their size. How many of those emails did he kick out that were relevant? All of that has to be looked at again. The fact that the House lost the Republicans lost the House, now it's in the Democrats' hands, throws the ball in their court, and we'll see if they pull up any financial dirt on money paid to Donald Trump for pay for play, which I think there's bound to be a money trail. You know what I would look at? If I were analyzing the money trail, I would look at Michael Cohen's bank accounts and tally them up and see where they were at the beginning of the run for the presidency, and then where they were about a year and a half into the presidency, when Trump was still a good friend of his, and he backed Trump. See where those accounts went. If they went down rapidly, some of that money could have been cashed out into like boxes of $100 bills. And it's very possible that Trump has been working on a cash basis to evade any scrutiny. And that would be difficult to find paper trails. If money for pay for play, like people getting access to the president, went from Michael Cohen's hands, which clearly he got money, he got $17 million at least from people to get access to the president. How much of that money actually left his accounts? If he dropped a significant amount in cash, They could have gone into suitcases and dropped off at Trump's door. Now that's going to be hard to find if Adam Schiff is looking for that. But the best telltale sign is to see how fast Michael Cohen's bank accounts were drained. And the same goes true with Paul Manafort. That would give you the telltale sign that they were working on a cash move. So I think Trump has had a lot of money paid him. I know for a fact that Betsy DeVos gave him $9.5 million. That's public. That's illegal. She violated FEC law by doing that. You can't give a candidate $9.5 million on a personal basis. It's crazy. Clearly it was bribery to become Secretary of Education. I don't think Pelosi's threatened by Ocasio because Ocasio has become so irrelevant. Her statements are completely off base. She doesn't have any facts to support her beliefs that we can pay for Medicare for all, or have, in the case of Kamala Harris, her Medicare for all. That too is a half-witted thought. It will only be financed by the working class. And that's something we can't even afford to do right now, as it is, with pensions being slashed so far, businesses having to fire left and right because they can barely meet 401k plans for their employees. We can't possibly sustain a working class supporting a Medicare for all plan. And we have Medicaid for all right now, so what's the problem? The Democrats are trying to brand a new form of health care, and it's just a ripoff. Until we get the cost of healthcare down, we'll never be able to get a handle on this. Doctors and nurses and administrators are ripping us off. Gotta sleep. Good night, son of Alpo. Thanks for coming in, man. Yeah, I'm sure she'll blurt out. Anybody given that opportunity, I would be very much of a blurter if I was given the opportunity to speak in Congress. But because I am systematically being censored at all levels, I can't even get into Congress. She got a free ride. I really believe Ocasio-Cortez is getting money from and support from Clinton. I really believe that Hillary Clinton is behind the Ocasio phenomenon. I don't want a president who will openly admit to being an adulterer and actually being an adulterer. I don't want a president who has to admit he's an adulterer, let alone be an adulterer. Yet we have one. And he also takes credit for all the women in Congress like it's his deal. I mean, what's that all about? How can Trump possibly think that it was his doing that led to this? Seriously. How absurd. He's an adulterer. He has to admit that. He has never admitted that publicly. Hey, good news for a lot of you people who want to experiment with other things besides marijuana. Yeah, I'm not a supporter of legalization of all drugs, but until we get a quorum of 2/3 of the country to do it. But magic mushrooms will be on the ballot in Denver this May. Yeah, already a leader in drug policy reform. The Denver revolutionizing the laws around the psilocybin thing could be a kind of a changer, game changer. We'll see. I don't recommend doing psilocybin. It's bound to mess your brain up. But they say some people with cluster headaches are bound to benefit from something like this. There's some studies going on that show promise. Yeah, apparently psilocybin and these types of hallucinogens will break through major problems in your brain if you're suffering from cluster headaches. So that's what they say. You haven't read the book yet, Howie. I can't explain it to you unless you read the book. I think I explained that to you. We went over that about an hour ago. We're on repeat now, Howie. Hey, Iran's running with their newfound freedom, making more nuclear missiles, thanks to Barack Obama. Now, as you know, I support the Trump decision because it's my idea to not sign the treaty with Iran. And Iran is up and running. The Revolutionary Guards inaugurated a surface-to-surface ballistic missile with a range of 621 miles. The semi-official Fars news agency reported on Thursday, ignoring Western demands that Tehran halt its missile program. Yeah, they've got an underground city there saying the Desful missile was a version of the Zolfagar missile that has a similar range. Wow, that's something else. No pictures here. Strictly top secret program. That's why we couldn't sign the contract. It was bad. Bad for business. Bad to the bone. Okay, now back to the obligatory music that I play at the hour of power. Right, Mr. Right. Here we go.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good. Just to turn my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, hey, we're talking about chemtrails, the technology to manipulate the weather. I'd be remiss in talking about our weird climate patterns, the polar vortex, if I didn't talk about chemtrails. And this is technology that's been developing since the 1940s when they started cloud seeding. Well, now the government's seemingly doing all kinds of secret testing in the air with us breathing these fumes and no one really knowing what's going on. And anybody who talks about this stuff is labeled a whack job. Well, that's a design by our government to shut down discussion about the very same thing I'm talking about, chemtrails. So if we don't start looking at this technology that they're deploying as a dangerous weapon, and we don't start looking at this as a possible, weather warfare capability, then we're underestimating the power of these secret forces doing whatever they're doing in the atmosphere, spraying things that we don't know what they're spraying. You don't know what you're breathing nowadays. Yeah, here's a chemtrail video from a YouTuber. Let's take a look. Thank you. Chemtrails over waters makes me brain dead.
All right, another morning. Now, this camera don't pick them up that well, but there you can see, right up here.
Look at that.
Flying. That's a chemtrail. That's regular. That's normal. It's not leaving a trail behind it. These aren't right here. Those are chemtrails. So, especially that one right there. You can't tell me that's not a chemtrail. So, I got a challenge for who's going to be the stupidest fucking person today to tell me that these aren't chemtrails.
Yep.
So please, be the stupid person and tell me that this shit isn't real, that this is just
It's real, dude.
Smoke coming out of the back of the plane. Because it's not.
It's real. It is real.
These ain't fucking clouds.
Who's doing it? The Zionists. They're doing it. They're spraying all of us.
See, there's a plane
Who has
right
the
there,
control?
Brian.
The Zionists.
No smoke behind it.
Yeah. Our government's complicit in not doing anything.
I suppose you're gonna tell me one of those fucking planes are diesel and one
Yeah, I hear you,
one's a
man.
2-stroke and one's a fucking 4-stroke and one's a
Okay.
gas engine and one's fucking. You're gonna all come up with some fucking stupid ass shit telling me that these aren't chemtrails. Yeah, I'm grumpy this morning. I get tired of seeing this fucking shit every time I come out my house.
Yeah, I hear you. One man speaking up and photographing it. Excellent. Chemicals in Oregon. Who will be the dumb one and say that this is not real? It is
right,
real.
man.
Hey, thank you very much, man. Good link. Yeah, they're planning on doing a lot of things. So spraying us is part of the Zionist agenda. And if you're wondering, who are these Zionists? Well, they're international sovereign citizens. They're called sovereign individuals. They don't really belong to any country. They're so rich that they really don't have to belong to a country. They are a country unto themselves. They have money beyond your wildest imagination. They make Bill Gates look like a shoe shine guy. They have trillions of dollars, these people. And these global Zionists have figured out that for a mere $10 billion, they can pretty much poison the air and make it available so that they can manipulate that weather by moving heavy metals around using radar. And this was technology that Tesla developed back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Yeah, Tesla. They've been doing this. They've been using it, and there's even evidence they may even have a death ray at their disposal. I know, crazy, isn't it? Got 9 minutes of a walkabout. That's kind of a thing that Aborigines do in Australia. Huh. Do 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 do. Okay, I'm not sure what this is, but we'll be digesting this tonight in our show. I'll add it to our link library. Great. And I'll put it in chemtrails. Well, if Trump did invade a country right now, he wouldn't be going with his big State of the Union address. He said he doesn't like socialism and he doesn't like war. I don't head the Illuminati. That's absurd. You really believe I'm the leader of the Illuminati? That's fascinating. Huh. Wow. Well, that would be kind of a weird twist of fate, wouldn't it, to have a man running as a populist, average American be somebody other than that? You've concocted some delusion. Here's the Iranian weapons program. You can see they've got lots of weapons. I don't think we're interested in the conversation, just looking at the centrifuges and the weapons of mass destruction. Now, mind you, Iran has never had a direct war with any countries besides Iraq, but they have been spending so much time working on weapons and missiles, 9 different missile factories, that they didn't even bother to create an oil refinery for their own gasoline. Isn't that amazing? Iran has to mine oil and then import gasoline. Yet they created 9 missile factories. How weird is that? Makes no sense. Their priorities are all mixed up over in Iran. They got rid of the ignore button, really? I don't think they have an ignore all button, man. An ignore all button. Wow. You'd be the only person in chat. I'm reading your chat. I read many chats during the show. My weapons program consists of you and the pizza guy. Yeah, I bet. You give the guy a $1 less if he's late, by 15 minutes, you undercut his tip. Yes, we are looking for underground missile bases. Would you like me to talk about the conspiracy theory that there are underground missile bases? Oh, well, we could. I mean, the Iranian underground missile bases are completely capable of retaliating. These are developed by the Iranian government in and around Tehran. Part of the reason why we never should have signed a contract or a treaty with them under John Kerry and Obama was because of these bases. And video from one of the bases was released for the first time in October of 2015. That's right. This was just a few days after news of the testing of a new generation medium-range ballistic missile, the EMAD. Yes. Well, we got a lot of things going on here. Thanks for the info. Yeah, we can't trust people that are working on nuclear generation and missiles and neutron detonators. Why would we have given them $155 billion? Turns out John Kerry has private investments in Iran. So does Susan Rice. Oh yeah, a lot of people have private investments in Iran. They've invested on their success. That should have been ruled as inadmissible, inappropriate behavior. John Kerry should never have overseen a deal with Iran. He sweetened the deal to give them $155 billion on very little tangible gifts from Iran. Just reducing their nuclear enrichment capability by 500 centrifuges is nothing. Big deal. They're going to get there anyway. I mean, why would we give them $155 billion? It was ludicrous. Well, because John Kerry had an investment with them, probably for a couple $1 million. So it cost us $150 billion. I'm with Trump on this one, especially considering he's using my idea. All right, good to know. Facebook just turned 15 years old. Wow, that's exciting. And I've never been on Facebook more than once in 15 years. No wonder I'm having problems purging my timeline. Just don't go on Facebook saying, well, I'm going to the bathroom now, and have your camera sitting over you. They'll be photographing your junk, and it'll be sent, into the cloud, and National Enquirer will possibly extort money from you if indeed that's what they're doing with Jeff Bezos. I don't understand why he would show a picture of his penis to his girlfriend. Doesn't he realize women don't care about penises? Why do you think there's so many lesbians out there? Seriously. Hey, it's okay, Dogbone. You didn't miss much. How do I maintain the ATP page? I don't. No, we recognized the problem a long time ago. We were being censored on Facebook and YouTube and on Twitter. Yeah, we gave it a lot of help. We even worked our wiki for about 5 years. It was almost impossible. We've thought about, we are on Periscope right now, Bingy. Yeah, I'm trying to build my audience on Periscope, but I'm being censored there right now. You can watch our show live if you go to our Twitter site at Third Party, and you'll see it. Every day we tweet our Periscope link at about 6:15 or so. Oh, Nancy Pelosi's daughter reacts to her mother's viral clap at Trump's State of the Union address. I didn't know why her mother was clapping. Was that part of her, was like palsy or something?
Embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good.
Yeah. Why was she clapping? She's clapping like a child. She's clapping like a child, or like worse than that, like an otter waiting to get a fish dropped to him from the Marineland guy. Yeah, like a sea otter. Thank you. Ivanka Trump look-alike vacuums in art exhibit. Vacuums. You think Nancy? You think Nancy has some neurological problems? You think? I'm amazed she could even dress herself. in
The
the
Trump family is outraged today over this controversial art exhibit featuring an Ivanka Trump look-alike vacuuming. The doors opened on the exhibit last night just as Ivanka was heading to her father's State of the Union address.
En route to State of the Union, looking forward.
The Ivanka lookalikes dress and heels come from Ivanka's own fashion line. It's modeled after the dress Ivanka wore to the G20 summit in 2017. Visitors were asked to take a handful of breadcrumbs and throw them on the pink rug for the Ivanka lookalike to vacuum.
It felt very, very strange.
Ivanka is now firing back, tweeting, "Women can choose to knock each other down or build each other up. I choose the latter." Her brother Eric and Eric's wife Laura also spoke out on Fox News.
So our people can throw food and crumbs to mimic a powerful woman who has done more for women than probably anybody in Washington, D.C. I mean, think about that hypocrisy.
This is sad to see, and sadly it's not surprising because anyone with the last name Trump gets targeted like this, but I think it's disgusting. They should be ashamed of themselves.
The exhibit's creator says the art speaks for itself, and this visitor agrees.
It's a metaphor for everything that she cleans up. Some people will like it, some people won't. Isn't that what art is?
Yeah, they're going to make that a hate crime pretty soon. Performance art will be considered a hate crime. Yeah. Blackface, oh my gosh. You listen to the Democrats, they're so butthurt about not signing the Civil Rights Act that they pretend like, oh, they're the least racist group. Blackface impersonations of Barack Obama should be an open license. That's what I did. There's no reason why anyone couldn't do that in a country that's free and democratic. Why are they trying to rewrite everything like it's some hate crime? Man. Pretty soon it would be telling black people they're not allowed to use bad words in their rap songs. That kind of suck, wouldn't it? Especially for black people. Again, Howie, it's just not working out for you, man. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you just didn't make the cut, Howie. Unfortunately. Oh, O.J. Simpson's talking Trump? No kidding. Thank you, man. Thank you for giving me links. You know, it's always good to get links from anyone.
How you doing, OJ?
O.J. Simpson in Vegas. He's very chatty about his old buddy, Donald Trump. Remember, they used to hang out back in the day.
I do not remember that.
Lots of photos of them together, two buddies. So we asked him about the State of the Union, what his thoughts were, and he said,
You know, Donald is a buddy, he's a fun guy, but I don't know the president. I knew Donald. He was a fun guy. I don't know the president. I stay out of politics.
Would Donald Trump ever invite O.J. Simpson to the White House?
No.
No.
I wouldn't put it past him.
I don't even think it would be a bad idea.
What?
His core supporters hate O.J. Simpson.
He blamed what he did on the police trying to frame him.
So that's kind of what Trump's doing.
Trump blames the FBI.
Yeah.
No, they have a lot in common.
Every wife of his is alive still.
Hobby, not on the inside.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Okay, TMZ, great stuff. Always fun to look at OJ talk, you know, having served, 9 years for having picked up a gun and used it in the attempt to get his own memorabilia back. That was a stiff sentence against OJ. And battling HIV now, it's not easy. It's not an uphill battle. I'd say poor guy, but we still don't know if he really didn't kill Nicole Simpson. I still think that the son was involved myself.
Last month in Philadelphia, a couple of Marines were minding their own business when a group of anti-fascists started asking them if they were Proud Boys, then started spewing ethnic slurs at them before beating them up. 2 men had been arrested and charged with felonies. We're now hearing of a third arrest, a man named Joseph Alkoff, who is also being charged with multiple felonies, including ethnic intimidation. What's interesting about this individual, not only is he associated with the protest on Tucker Carlson's house, being an active member of Smash Racism DC, but I actually know him, and he used to harass me and spread lies about me. So today, let's take a look at the latest update on this attack on Marines by Antifa, and then I want to talk a little bit about the history I have with these activists and some of the lies they've spread about me.
Cool. So this guy is going to be talking in a video we got tonight. Antifa leader arrested, charged with felonies. fired from job. You got to wonder how many of these people are being put up as paid rioters by George Soros. That's my take on the whole thing. Seems that way. Seems like the whole Antifa thing is a contrivance, a fake group, just like Anonymous is a fake group. I seriously don't believe they're an actual organization. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I got Sarah a gift that is the most amazing product I could have found for it was As Seen on TV, and it's basically a non-toxic teeth whitener. And I looked at it, it's like, what is this stuff? And it is, when she opened up the container I got her, it's like black carbon from coconut shells. It's carbonized coconut shells. It's just black soot. So I tried it. It's actually pretty good. It works real well. It's all natural. It's just carbon. But I thought, man, that would be really probably with a little, dab here and there, it would make a great black face. It's like putting coal on your face, and it's non-toxic. Yeah, so if I have to do blackface, I might just use that. Yeah, it's a good chance I might have to use blackface. If Michelle runs for a political office in 2020, we have to assume that we're going to have to do everything we can to show people that Michelle has a penis. She's been lying. She's been a transgender all these years. I hate to break it to you, but yeah. It goes down. It's what goes down, man. It's what's been happening. Hey, there's a starry, starry night. I don't normally play the video anymore, but I do make references to the penis. If any of you have any concerns about seeing the video and you haven't seen it, please put in your request now, or don't see the video. Otherwise, I won't play it, because I really don't want to. It's hurtful, to see somebody lie. We're being lied to. When we have to, look at some woman and say that's a woman, and when it's a dude, I feel deceived. I hope she doesn't run, because I really don't want to do another blackface video. But I will if I have to.
You will call me. You will call me. You will call me. Say it again.
Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost.
You think you're hot shit, don't you?
Oh, sorry. I was enamored by the Podesta sound. No video. We've seen enough. What happened? The video is up. Video is on here. Yeah, you're having problems with your Flash system. Go to the Adobe site and reload Flash. Oh, Antifa attempt to bomb Eugene, Oregon police station fails. Well, how much of this is real? Yeah, I don't know. The whole Antifa thing seems like a George Soros plot to create martial law. Nothing else but that. I mean, it's kind of a sublime, idiotic thing to do. The irony that they say that the elitists really want to trigger martial law in America. But ironically, they don't have they have to fake it. They don't have people that are actually that messed up in their head that they would, start rioting. Most people are so heavily fluoridated and lithiumed that they can barely get out of bed in the morning. The likelihood of a riot is very low. As long as people are well fed on their food stamps, everything will be just fine. Everything is beautiful in its own special way. David, if it is true, it's really bad. Yeah, it really is. I agree. It's been happening for some time. even if they did do that, Antifa has the tendency of being over the top. And this organization is more of a counter, I guess they call it controlled opposition organization, just like Anonymous was. And this QAnon. QAnon, Anonymous, and Antifa have one thing in common. They're controlled opposition. Okay, Never Lose Truth. We got that video for tonight. Yeah, that's coming up. Yep, it's all set up in the lineup. We're good to go. All right, that's good. Everybody qualifies for, I believe, 3 months of food stamps if you have nothing. But if you're a man and you can't justify your situation, say you are earning a living, then you probably won't qualify. I've seen older men go to the markets with about $35 worth of food stamps. That's about all they get. If you just applied right now and try to get food stamps and you're just an average Joe living on your own, they're going to ask you where your income is, how much money you have to pay out for rent, and you might qualify. So give it a shot, Howie. Yeah, I know a lot of people who've been looking for it. Yeah, they might give you $35. No, I know all about the food stamp program. I've actually talked to them directly. Yeah, I was helping a person out back in the 80s, and I talked to Mr. Nguyen in the Compton office, the general manager of the food stamp division. Yeah, Mr. Nguyen, a Vietnamese man who could barely speak English. Yeah, he told me a lot of things that shocked me, actually. Apparently, people collect money to make dinners for their families. They make $30,000 a year from the government. And they teach people in Vietnam how to do this, how to come into America and draw money just to make dinners for your mom and dad. They have a whole class on how to do that. And Mr. Nguyen told us about how, and in fact, they are openly solicit food stamps to illegal aliens in my area. They openly go to illegal alien like housing sectors and offer food stamps door by door. They're trying to push food stamps on the illegal aliens. I'm not sure their incentive other than to destabilize the population and make an incentive for people to come here illegally. I really don't know what the end game is for them to do that. But no, I know all about food stamps. I've talked to people about it. I recently called the SNAP division of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program at the USDA. I talked to the director in our region, and she said that they are looking for more vendors like Costco to get food stamps for people. And they recently, like 5 years ago, opened up Costco as a recipient. And I said, well, the Costco is a membership-only store. How can a person afford a membership and get food stamps? That's not our problem, sir. It's important that we have good clients that, their clients are food stamp recipients. The people that get free money. That's their client. And they're working for you, the taxpayer. So Trump continues giving food stamps to illegal aliens and non-U.S. citizens. It's an incentive for them to keep coming over the border. Trump should have stopped that by now. Okay, bed bugs. We got a story about bed bugs. Yeah, yeehaw. Yeah, courthouse closes after lawyer walks in swarming with bed bugs. I don't even think he cared. There they are, those desperate little bastards that'll eat away at your skin while you're in your room. While there are lawyers who have come to the defense of bedbug infestations victims, it's not every day that a lawyer becomes the source of the parasitic infestation. Well, that's what happened in Oklahoma. They were evacuated when an attorney arrived with an abundance of bedbugs crawling on them. I'm starting to scratch at myself. When you talk about bedbugs, you start itching. Okay, I don't want to talk about that. Not going to do it. Well, maybe he hangs out with prostitutes in seedy hotels, kind of like Martin Luther King did. Yeah, that had to be one of the reasons why he was shot. He was in a seedy motel featuring white prostitutes. Kind of sad, in a way, when you think about it. Why would a man of his stature and religion hang out in a seedy hotel with white prostitutes? I'm talking about Martin Luther King, yeah. Millionaires are hogging New York City's affordable housing. Wow. They don't want to let anybody get in on some of the good deals. Multimillionaire Bruce Colley and his wife Teresa de Sequeira lived in a rent-stabilized apartment in the Upper East Side until 2012, when the landlord successfully had the unit deregulated by the state. A polo-playing multimillionaire who allegedly broke up Governor Andrew Cuomo's marriage, a former tobacco executive who once chaired an anti-tax organization, and the head of a hedge fund have all lived in rent-stabilized apartments in some of Manhattan's toniest zip codes in the past few years, paying a fraction of their unit's true market value. Wow. Cheaters. Many have remained in the apartments for decades, only losing their sweet deals when the monthly rents rose above $2,500, and their landlords proved that they had earned more than $200,000 in each of the previous 2 years. Yeah, well, the rent is too damn high started in New York, right? Yet New York still smells like piss. Really? You smell piss every time you go to New York? You know, I think Brady deserves everything. The full 9 yards. I believe if he does get his 7th ring next season, it would solidify him as the greatest quarterback in football history. Yeah. But, you know, at this point, it's really not that important. I thought the Patriots played a really solid game. Both teams were very good on defense. But the thing about the Patriots and Brady is he has a good short game. That's essential. The short game is everything. That's why they keep winning. Their lateral passes to gain 20 yards, 10 yards, keeps them in first down territory, and there's no holding back. Yeah. Short passing games are perhaps the best, and he had only one interception. It wasn't really an interception. I mean, the guy kicked it out of somebody's hands when they were catching it. I watch everything. Oh, yeah. I went to the Super Bowl directly to watch it. I told you, I was taking Sunday off to watch the Super Bowl. It's the only football I get because I don't have cable TV. I used to watch football all the time when my father and I used to watch it. I don't track it now because, you know, I've got other things going on. Well, Rex, that's not important. You know, Sarah and I don't get into the football games normally, but she enjoyed it. We went to a public area and watched it with other people. It was fun. It's something to do. It certainly fills the time, you know, on a Sunday. Why not? It's free. Free entertainment. How can you not want to do free entertainment? Tell me about First Row. What's that about? I would say Brady's a tactician and an overall mechanical player. You know, he works very well with his teammates. They protect him. I mean, look at Dan Marino, one of the greatest passers of all times. Couldn't get a protection. They saw him as a prima donna, and they kept sacking him. Consequently, the Miami Dolphins couldn't pull a Super Bowl off. But one of the best throwing arms of all time is Dan Marino. You would turn down an Oprah show? Okay. Yeah, you're not big on the Trump guy, huh? Well, I'm actually in favor of a fence, 1,000-mile fence. Hey, we've now exceeded the 1-minute mark. I've lasted a full 5 hours of nonstop talk, with the exception of the 1 hour Sarah gives me. So I do 4 hours of nonstop talk. Not bad, huh? And then I hang out in the show for 4 hours and watch videos with you guys, because I like to learn too. That's what this whole thing is about. Well, many people have seen, you know, my face in the past. I've been prophesized in many cartoons. You probably remember the first presence of my face, an effigy. Yes. Right. This is the first example of me in public life. Here I was back in 1952. The Howdy Doody Show. Would that be something if I was Howdy Doody? Yeah. Hey, boys and girls, it's Howdy Doody. Well, this has been great fun, I must say. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Howdy David Show. Sorry. The Howdy Did It Show. Yeah, this was all about Howie tonight. We couldn't get him out of the show. I don't waste any time. Every question you come up with, Howie, is absurd. You're taking questions away from other people. Someone tell David about First Row. I'm not getting anybody explaining it, not even you, Misanthropy. It's a good look. Yes, it is. Hi, everybody. It's Howdy Doody time. I'm a facial contortionist. It's fun to, get into the mood of facial contortion. I can wrap my face around anybody, really. But I'm not a face licker. That's a little weird. This face licking that's becoming popularized, it grosses me out. Well, I've seen some of the greatest football players in history. And I can tell you, Brady doesn't come off as a guy who can play a long game. And I got to tell you, I was disappointed. The entire Super Bowl itself was like, geez, defense all the way to the end, and then a couple bad plays. I mean, it was very unentertaining. I'm sure people were drinking up a storm, sitting there wondering, when's it all going to change and their life is going to change. What's it all about, Alfie? Yeah, there's Leahy drinking his Kool-Aid. Woo! Yeehaw! Yeah, you can't possibly put Brady up there with the greats. I mean, even Steve Young was better than Brady on a bad day. What the hell? Why are you even immortalizing him when he doesn't even have a long arm? Jeez. That's like saying Tim Tebow's a great passer. He can't pass worth damn. Tim Tebow's a lateral passer and a great running game, but Elway pretty much destroyed Tim Tebow's career. I wanted to see Tim Tebow. He could have been a contender. But honestly, these guys are only good at one thing. In the case of Brady, it's a short game, intermediate game. The long game just doesn't fly. Joe Montana had a long game. Yeah. Hair, beautiful hair. You like my hair? You can't have it. The best quarterback of all times was Slingin' Sammy Baugh of the 1940s. Yeah, I think my dad played that guy. Yep. My father was a college football player before pro football came into play. Yeah, Sammy was one of the best. His face alone scared people off the field. They're like, oh my God, is that like, that guy could seriously kick some ass. You know who he looks like? That guy John, the Punisher. The actor, I just watched The Punisher. This guy's, he's very similar face. John Bernthal, the actor. There he is. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Very similar face. Different eyebrows, though. But structurally the same nose, same kind of eyes. Yeah. Great player, Sammy Bowe. Right on, man. Well, I don't get into talking about sports until the Super Bowl comes around. And that's about the only sports talk we have here. But I was not that impressed with Brady's game. I mean, he puts on a clinic, I'll tell you that. He's really good in the pocket. He knows how to maneuver. He's got some good legs under him. I mean, these are areas that other quarterbacks couldn't possibly compete with. He's got a lot of good qualities, but is he the greatest football player of all time? Hell no. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, Misanthropy, you get into WWE, right? You're getting into Japanese wrestling. You're obviously enamored by that. Why are you negating NFL? People like the NFL. America likes the NFL. The yearly video of the Super Bowl halftime show having satanic messages, we covered that story in 153news.net. We actually had a video that we showed you the other night. Maybe you weren't in the room or something. Yeah, we had one. Let me see it. Pull it up out of memory. If you want to get all my links in our show, you can go to this flip page. It has all of our links that we post in our shows. I've got a magazine set up in Flipboard just for 153 News. And anytime a 153 News click comes in from Scissor Fight, has great links. We get a lot of these things. Let's see. Here we go. Super Bowl 2019, possibility of a staged event. Yeah.
Before I go on with this video, I just want to make it clear that I know absolutely dick about sports. I don't give a shit about it.
Right.
Anytime I'm on my break or hanging out with friends and I see sports on TV, it just makes my stomach hurt.
Yeah, you'll like that guy. Watch that. You'll have a lot in common with him. He doesn't know dick about sports. There you go. Hey, this is too much fun. I gotta leave. What? It's not Frank Taylor Chat 2.0. Hardly. Your problem is you're too involved with yourself. We have a great show after hours. It's not Frank Taylor Chat 2.0. That's BS. That's an insult. You're lucky we even allow you cynical people in the room. Right. Brady's into the Make America Great thing. Yeah. Kraft had him wear it. Okay, thanks, Bingy. Yeah, you got a link there for us? What I Saw at the Super Bowl Part 3. Oh, okay, cool. Well, we've got a link for you, though. Frank Taylor 2.0 doesn't offer links like this. That's a total low blow. I was incredibly offended by that person. Unbelievable. I'm not going to ban him. It's just it's pathetic that he doesn't appreciate the interaction that we get here and the intellectualism. I have to mute Howie 15 times. Frank Taylor would have considered him a star and made him a mod. Frank Taylor would have given modhood to Howie for doing that. That's right. Even your presence here, Ghost, adds to the IQ, the cumulative IQ level of this show. Okay, this is a good one.
Look what it is. Look what they're using at the halftime show.
What I saw at yeah, this is good. Okay, thank you. We'll get into that right away. Let me get out of the show so I can stop boring you. Glad we heard from Dr. Deagle tonight. That was good. And on chemtrails, that was very good. Well, thanks everybody for coming in. We can't possibly deliver everything to everybody. Yeah, we got a Billie Jean co-mix here on Alexandria Ocasio. We're going to kick the show off tonight with that. Yeah, yes. All right. I can't possibly play that link from Jimmy Kimmel doing blackface either, because Mark will definitely ban me if I do. We wouldn't want Mark to do that, would we? Yeah, exactly. He's a simpleton, Frank is. And we offer such depth and intellectualism here. You wouldn't find a room or a chat room on the internet that offers this level of thought, conveyance, sharing of ideas, critical thinking, open to new ideas and questionable ideas. You don't get anything like that anywhere on the internet. To underestimate the growth that you're achieving here every night is really sad. Not at all. We're in the center, the vortex of the political spectrum. We are ostensibly the center of all politics in America. We really are. And you should be lucky to even be here. Seriously. You're not going to get this kind of communication from anyone else. We are at the center of the political spectrum, and we put a happy face on it. So at least you're smiling. All right. We have reached the end of that. But we do this every night, and we don't plan on giving it up anytime soon. So because I don't draw a penny from this, and I do it out of the kindness of my heart, and I love the interaction, and chat interaction is really at the center of this whole thing. We will continue it despite all odds. We can't stop, and we won't stop, everybody. So we'll be back tomorrow at 5. See you then.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop.